metaphysics is that the first principle is actually will, that we're always willing something, even when we're asking and debating and thinking about metaphysical questions. And so will, you could say, is even prior to the search for truth, and that should be the first principle. I mean, obviously, I don't agree with that, but it's still an interesting idea, and I want to know how you would wrestle with that.
Well, I think will is the natural place in which Nietzsche has to go because he is a nominalist and rejects metaphysical universals. And so his whole vitalism is also, he's not exactly Darwinian. He believes that nature is like this creative explosion. And so it's exploding with creativity. And that's what then the Ubermensch in his worldview is, that you then will yourself to become something so much greater, just like the flower blossoming in the field. And this is the point, because that's the only thing that's objectively real, is the fact that if there is no universals, all you have is yourself. And then what is true about yourself? Well, you can will something, you can choose to do something. And to me, that's the natural endpoint where he can go, because what else can he point to? And so, and it makes sense that if you are an atheist, well, then, Nietzsche at least provides some framework. But the majority of modern atheists, and feel free to hop in, Chase and AC, they're evoking the same worldview. They're evoking all these presuppositions from the Christian worldview without knowing it. At least Nietzsche was consistent, even though I think it's, not something to be celebrated about in 2023. I mean, people have moved on, but will at least gives a basis for a continuing striving for meaning. Like if nihilism is a problem, as again people point to Nietzsche, the only choice in opposition to that is to like will yourself out of it into creating yourself and to be something greater than you are, or create art, this type of thing. But it's not necessarily about morality, because he associates Christianity with the slave morality, because it's about the collective, your neighbor, and not necessarily about just making, the greatest bang you can with your life. But I think the will is natural. But here's the thing, from a Christian worldview, it's the will that turns away from God. So we were still fully human in the garden, and that was before we willfully turned against God. And so I don't think that the will is actually a strong starting place from a Christian perspective, even though we're made in the image and we have free will. I think that's essential to, the Imago Dei. But we're trying to align our will with God. But it makes sense from an atheist worldview that that's really all you have is your will, and then your own personal opinion.
Well, and I think even that it's actually being quite generous to grant them something with ontology called a will. What the heck is a will?
Yeah.
Where is that? How do you have access to this thing that has ontological status, meaning it has being, that your word points to? I wouldn't even grant them a will, but I agree Nietzsche was attempting to be consistent, but I think their position is so bad.
Yeah.
I don't even need to grant you a will. How do you have access to this thing with ontological status that resides inside us that we can then exercise? Where did you get that from? You just want me to say, okay, yes, you have it. There you go. And I wouldn't even go that far. I think it's so bad, because all of these people are nominalists, whether they want to be or not. Even if you attempt to go the Platonist route, why would I grant that? Why would I grant that you have access to knowing that there's these Platonic forms? Because the more advanced attempted atheist will try to be a Platonist. How do you have access and know about these forms if everything we see down here is an imperfect reflection of it? And then you have the whole third man argument. Well, there's a form of a form of a form of a form. And it's so bad that they can't even, you can't say will. Why would I give you that? You can't make a sentence without appealing to ontology of language. I think it's incredible how bad of a position that it is. It's shocking.
But don't you feel, go ahead, CM.
No, the whole like John Vervaeke thing about trying to be an elevated naturalist and like co-opting Neoplatonic metaphysics and everything is just so ridiculous. Like the Platonists were absolutely religious.
Yeah.
And so it's ridiculous. But I guess, Chase, to
that has
To flush out your argument, you would probably just start with, what is the ontological status of information? And if you can't answer, if you can't provide an ontological status for information itself, then you're not able to provide ontological status for the will or any other immaterial human attributes that you need.
Mhm.
That's one place you could go, but
Yeah.
any ontology for anything, like I would ask for any ontology whatsoever to be granted or to be justified, anything at all. Because even physical things, that has ontology, and you're now appealing to these things having identity over time, them not being some kind of transitory mode of something else, and this is just an illusory mode. Like my hands are just an illusory mode of atoms, but they're not actually hands. They're just atoms perceiving to be in the arrangement of hands. There's no ontology of hand. It's just an arrangement. But it gets, and this can seem a little convoluted, but it gets so bad that I think they can't even justify even simple predications like the or is or and.
Yeah.
It's so bad that any ontology I'd ask them to account for, anything.
Yeah, all they have is rhetoric. Like that's why they turn to the Sky Daddy and all this stuff, and
right.
I think that's partly why Dillahunty got so frustrated, is because he didn't have rhetoric in that in those two opening statements. That's all was there. But you know, if his worldview is true, why would he get so upset highlighting that men and women have ontological differences and that they're not the same? Well,
I think with Dillahunty is he flipped out about some of the LGBTQ stuff.
Yeah.
And the party line, Skittles stuff, like the party line on that stuff is just like, well, I'm not going to dignify, it's so inhuman and hateful to criticize it. So you get up and storm out. But that's just what you do.
Yeah.
That's rooted in his presuppositions too, right?
Yep.
It's rooted in his worldview. So
Yep.
Yeah.
By having to acknowledge that, because he tries to cop out of it and say that he's not responsible for this worldview because it's not in the Secular Humanist Manifesto that LGBTQ is in there or something like this. He wants to pretend that's just an emergent thing that everybody would do. If there's no rules, everybody can still have their view. Everybody can have their opinion in his worldview, but that's impossible.
And it's self-evident that it's good.
Yeah, and it can be anything. Like you can point to, anything that won't jab the algorithm for David Patrick for Patrick. You can point to anything in that worldview that they want to justify. And just like you brought up, he tried to say in his opening statement, we just work towards the betterment of society.
Yeah, well, exactly.
And what is good?
But here's the thing.
What's that?
Because that's so relativistic, the end point is exactly what the Christians predicted. And the end point, if that is actually criticized in a red meat manner, is that people think it's gross and it's wrong. And he knows it. And he knows that he's responsible for it by having an inconsequential morality. And they can't take that.
Right. Well, and that's their whole thing, is this idea that our Sky Daddy is so mean. They always refer to the Old Testament and how they're slaves in the Old Testament. Your God is okay with slavery. I'm not. I'm a moral atheist. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like,
it's just, to get into the psychology of it, they just want to move on. They don't want to do the heavy lifting. In a roundabout way, it reminded me of the debate. It was a debate a long time ago between Deacon Ananias and
Matt Slick.
Oh,
Matt, yeah. Where he's just like, can we please just get to scripture? I don't feel like dealing with like this philosophical stuff. It's just, you don't want to actually get into the deeper waters.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, well, we all use logic. We all know what good is. Come on, guys. Let's just move on and get into
that was like my debate with Adam Green, where my point, it was like the debate was basically about Christianity, and he came there to make the argument that I worship a Jew psyop, and he wanted to go back to scripture. And
he has a folder. That's what you didn't understand. He had a whole folder.
And my point was, well, it doesn't matter how you interpret any piece of scripture, because that is subjective and relativistic. My point is that, at least with my worldview, there are objective standards, and he couldn't even fathom it. And I know I won't say names, but I know people who were speaking with him afterwards because he couldn't believe the comments of how many people thought he like humiliated himself, and he couldn't understand it. And they're trying to explain, like, dude, you know, philosophy, they're like these transcendentals that are non-physical and that you yourself believe in them and you're calling things good. And he I don't know if he's grokked it yet, but it's the same thing. They just want to, they don't want to do the heavy lifting. They don't want to do the nuance and the intricacies of like what actually is coherent, what actually does make sense. And the fact that, again, and that was my point in the opening, is even if they just had some type of metaphysical structure like a panpsychic cosmological worldview, at least they'd be in a better position.
Yeah,
And
they'd
then
be one step down.
Get into but
yeah.
the atheism, why I think it really is so dumb and ignorant, as Chase was highlighting, is any ontological claim, any truth claim, any moral claim is already de facto relative. They have no basis.
Yep.
And even today, again, like that reel I was showing you guys was highlighting that, oh, well, you know, it's obvious that if you look at all cultures, there's a ground bed for morality. Based on what? Like some did human sacrifice, some are into pedo stuff, some, you know, what are you talking about? What is show me the thing that's unchanging? They can't. It's just rhetoric.
Well, it's funny because even in your debate with that dummy, I think I called in and I asked him, like, if God's not real, how do good things happen? And he goes, I don't understand. I go, well, what's good? It, like, if God's not real, what can you call good? Could you say that punching a baby is good? And he goes, I can't believe you think that's good. I would never think that's good. And I go, why is that? And then he just glitched out. And then he was like, well, Paul said, and just went back to it.
Yeah, I always want to get back to Paul.
You know what's interesting about that though is you, especially when they make the argument from the problem of evil, they don't realize that you're actually making a theological argument.
Yes.
You're saying that like God wouldn't allow XYZ to happen, and it happened, and that's not good. So you don't worship a good God. And it's like, okay, you've just entered into the realm of theology. Have you taken into account every single thing that the religion says theologically about the nature of God and the nature of good and evil? No.
Yep.
Yeah, and another point with the presuppositional transcendental approach is it makes your awareness, you can see something at a macro level, whereas the atheist, just like the Adam Green or somebody trying to quote scripture, like they're so focused on like what's in front of their face that they actually can't see a worldview. They have no idea what composes a worldview. They don't even know that they have a worldview.
Demonstrate that I have a worldview. I've had people say that to me. They go, demonstrate that I have a worldview. And I go, do you believe that you do not have a worldview? And they said, yes. And I go, that's the worldview. Is that you don't believe that you have a worldview. And, but yeah, no, it's always such a shock seeing how the second you get asked to justify any presupposition, it's, you know, they malfunction. And what we see in Jay's Discord is we do this all, like, every day, all the time. They'll come in, we'll do these things, we'll run arguments, refute their position, give the positive account for the possibility of knowledge, ethics, and metaphysics of our worldview. And they'll be, okay, I think I'm starting to get it. 2 days later, they'll come back saying the same thing. We do it again. And then after like the third time is typically when they go, oh, I see the circle now. And it's interesting because you'll see their brain, they'll get like Men in Black brain swipe with the little laser flash thing. They'll get brain swiped. But on the note of the like problem of evil thing, you'll notice if anybody watching, whenever they try to shift to that, they're not doing an internal critique anymore. The second they go, well, wouldn't a good X do this? No, you're not doing an internal critique anymore.
Right.
Because now you put yourself in the position, kind of like in the book of Job, God says, you know, you can't even count, you don't even know how many stars there are in the sky. How can you understand the breadth of the good that I'm going to bring into the world? You can't comprehend this. They're putting themselves in that position and they're not even doing an internal critique anymore.
Right. No, that's
you can tell by the rage they have a lot of the time too, that it's personal.
And that's what, yeah, somebody pointed in the chat. They're all emotional and childish, and I think a lot of it has to do with childhood trauma.
Well,
and that's why they emotionally react to this idea, because maybe something traumatic happened to them, and so they've been questioning how that could happen or who's responsible for it. And
Yeah.
ultimately, they lay it that if there is a God, then he would be responsible, and therefore there must not be one.
And if you look at like Dostoevsky with Ivan Karamazov and the most famous part of the book right before the Grand Inquisitor, that's where it goes to Theodicy, and he says that he doesn't say he doesn't believe. He says he rejects and won't accept. It's the core issue, and then it goes right into Antichrist.
Right.
And it's where a lot of these people take it all the time. And even when they don't even want to go there, if they start talking about it, they get so mad. It's funny too, because you talked about like them going into panpsychism and stuff. And they had this materialistic viewpoint, but right when New Atheism got pushed, Daniel Dennett and Steven Pinker had both flown down to Epstein Island, right? And Pinker even wrote an essay defending him.
Right, I remember that.
You're materialists getting pushed by people that have a Babylonian sex temple, and you have people at DARPA and that are mystics, right? These people. So I really think it's a control mechanism.
Yeah, I personally don't believe that the highest, again, with the power structure that you're just highlighting, AC, I think the people at the very top of that are not atheists.
Yeah.
They are satanic in the sense that they know God exists and they've rejected him. And that's when you get into the black magic rituals,
the Gnosticism,
adreno stuff.
Yeah.
Like this isn't even atheism. This is a step beyond. This is more satanic because it's like Satan himself, who, he laughs at the atheist because he knows he's real. The point is that he's actually willing to, lack of a better term, I was going to say he has enough gusto to actually go against God and knows he's eternally damned for it. And I think at the highest levels, I think people have committed, and this even gets back into the stream I did on the Holy Spirit, that, as Father Deacon highlighted in the video I played, people can get such a hard heart that they can't turn back. And I think they revel in the idea of pain and suffering and, for us, sin. And they just kind of worship it.
Or they are trying to get back to the garden. And that's what I've noticed when I've evangelized and argued with atheists. It always comes down to the problem of evil, get rid of all evil, and God. In order for me to believe in God, God needs to just appear right in front of me, right? So no evil, and God needs to show up. And I think it's very telling, that you want that reality. It's like, and I think that's ultimately what the people on top are trying to do. They want to build their own Eden, their own kingdom.
Yeah.
And so,
they definitely believe in metaphysics because I think it can manifest in different ways, but at the core of it, I think they would all be Gnostics. They definitely believe in metaphysics. That's why they're going and pushing all of these different mimetic warfare
and the rituals.
I mean, and the rituals and everything like that.
Rituals. Why would anybody do that?
Yeah.
And like, what else can they possibly? I mean, anybody who's really serious about philosophy and you really study, the Enlightenment, and you study modern philosophy, you study the analytic tradition, that these problems, the problems that we argue against the atheists all the time about the uniformity of nature, the problem of induction, causation, the existence of logic, the ontological status of moral values, all this, like there's no solution to those problems when you deny the existence of transcendentals and you just say that everything is physicalism. There's no solution to any of it. So,
well, and even if they tried, even like, because one thing I don't want to do is straw man. Not that anyone's intending to do that, but most these days try the more sophisticated quote unquote ones, and I put that in quotes on purpose because it's not sophisticated, but it's a quarter of a step further. Is they're not materialists. They're not. They try to be Platonists.
Yeah,
but that still doesn't work.
Like relevance realization.
Yes.
Like Vervaeke's thing, relevance realization, and trying to just bootstrap meaning and buy trash. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, and he puts in his propositions too. He has the same problem as Dillahunty. He puts in all these morals, and he actually has virtue and everything, and you're supposed to be exercising that. But it all just turns into talking about these abstract ideas. Then, like group meditating on them, and then it ends in all the esotericism he said he prohibits and doesn't want to end up going into. He calls it the biggest backward step you could have, but then they summon Socrates and do Gnostic stuff, and his entire Discord is Gnostic, and they all want to do Gnostic things, and they all subscribe. Half of them subscribe to the same morality as Dylan.
Right.
I should join their Discord. I didn't even know they had one.
Well,
I haven't been
that's why
following
I
this guy.
highlighted. You look at some of these modern
It
atheists
imploded.
and look at the stuff that they're promoting. So Sam Harris is again attached to the Biden crime syndicate, and there's nothing that could possibly happen that would refute that. You have Neil deGrasse Tyson, again, basically a trans apologist, even against other atheists like Bill Maher. You have Richard Dawkins arguing for human meat consumption. I mean, this is cannibalism. This is sexual indecency.
Yeah,
This is the
What
promotion
alien-
of authoritarianism. It's like, well, how did the atheists? I thought they're against all this stuff. How, in fact, they're actually promoting everything that is anti-Christian, whether they explicitly think of it that way or not.
it's funny because Dawkins actually went right for the aliens stuff too. He went
Yep.
full Prometheus to explain teleology, because if you get into the more sophisticated ones that Chase was just talking about, if you look at like Ian McGilchrist, there's a whole chapter on teleology. DNA isn't even, your blueprint. It's more like a fingerprint. And they don't know what holds it all together, and the speed of speciation and questions about grand uniformity. He still rejects an intelligent designer and thinks the universe is coming alive in a kind of panentheism.
Right.
But the science itself, the real science right now, and they've known this for a long time, even though it's been heavily resisted, is heading in that direction. And he has to explain it by saying it's aliens all the way up. Like, who created the alien? Another alien? Like,
Great point.
Yeah,
Aliens
yeah.
all
I
the
mean,
way
if
up. I
if
love
that's
that.
your teleology, yeah. I mean, it's still going to be relativistic and deterministic too.
There was a documentary
audience.
a number of
Oh, go ahead.
There-
Go ahead.
Oh, sure. There's a documentary a number of years back done by Ben Stein on the whole creation versus evolution debate. And he did an interview with Richard Dawkins.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure in that where he admits that, the way you look at DNA, it almost looks like somebody copied and pasted code from one person to another. And he said that, there's nothing mystical or religious about that. There's no evidence of a creator. It's just copied and pasted code. And if you actually think that, like, you're copying and pasting code and there's no evidence someone or person or something is behind that, I mean, I don't see how you could get past that.
Well, how
and
are
think
you
that you're not
determining truth?
interpreting.
How would you be determining truth claims of this looks like copying and pasting quote unquote code? How can you determine truth claims, and how do these ideas actually exist and have ontological status in your worldview that lacks any kind of teleology or purpose whatsoever? And then
Well,
they can't ever get to that. They can't understand it.
Yeah,
Richard Dawkins and the people in Oxford don't think that far about
I know,
philosophy.
but that's why we use these arguments. That's why you
they're-
don't
they're
grant them
part of-
anything.
Right.
There are ones that are thinking that far, and they know it. They're playing to an audience that doesn't understand this stuff at all. And it wears like a science is real T-shirt and has no idea about what's going on in philosophy of science, or the people you would call the more sophisticated ones that we still don't agree with. But the new atheist movement isn't even anywhere near their level. They're 30 years behind those people.
Yeah. As Ed the Wave says, DNA is a biochemical machine code. Okay, so how are you going to have code without a programmer? Well, it's the aliens. And it falls back to the same arguments as AC was highlighting that they lay out for God. Well, then who created God? If that's who
Well, he's
created aliens?
uncreated.
They don't understand that either. They're like, where's
It's a
where is
category
your
error.
guy? But he revealed himself as uncreated. He's not a physical thing. Like,
Well, and that's
Exactly.
why it's important to go. It's important to, as much as you can, to go slow when you're going through these things. Like with that really uneducated person that I debated in January, Beat the Cult. I went as slow as I possibly could. Because if you just front load too much information, first off, it's not helpful for anyone possibly listening, but it's good to just pin them, like choose one attack point of one of the assumptions and then don't back down from it and just walk them through it, because it is a different way of thinking. Like Father Ananias says, he goes, it's true. You're thinking in a meta level. It's a higher order of thinking, not that it's superior, but you're thinking of what is above and underlies other things. And people aren't used to thinking that way. They're used to just going, well, I have my keys right here and I put them in the car and it turns on. What more do I need to know?
Right.
The problem with these atheists, I say this as somebody who, 10 years ago, I was an agnostic, right? And 10 years ago, I didn't really think. I was a college student. But once you actually start learning about all the possibilities that all the human societies that have ever existed have looked at, all the philosophies that you see from all over the world, you start realizing this is a drop in the bucket. Like they're arguing over literally a drop in an ocean, and they're arguing over that little drop. And they've never thought outside that drop before. They've never actually thought. They literally were raised in an atheistic paradigm in a modern, secular, liberalized world. And they've never thought that perhaps they've been lied to. They've never thought that perhaps, modern Western society, what modern Western society believes and holds as moral, is just arbitrary. And it's so hard to get them out of that box where they instantly think like, because I have these arguments where they have this stupid little atheist morality that's based on emotions and based on like things that today, currently in our culture, the zeitgeist is to say that this is right and this is wrong. And they can't think outside that. And they start pathologizing the people that are able to think outside that box. They start saying, well, hang on, are you saying that like Skittles people are, how dare you? Like it literally just turns into emotionalism because they've never thought. They've never had an original thought in their lives. And I'm sorry to say this, but most atheists, I think, they're less willing and less able to think than almost any other group of people on earth. So to answer the question of the open panel, is atheism the dumbest worldview? Absolutely. I've never encountered anybody that's just unwilling to think outside the box as the average atheist, is completely emotional, and their entire reason for rejecting God is the average atheist.
Yeah. Father Deacon, what are your thoughts? You had a great comment earlier about the prerequisition for knowledge itself. Any thoughts on everything that's been said, or your comment earlier, or the general topic, is atheism the dumbest worldview?
Yeah, I'll address this issue, and then we can talk about why Orthodox version of tag is not a God of the gaps. Today we had a philosophy department meeting with the philosophy majors, and we're discussing something really interesting, the benefits of studying philosophy. So a lot of students coming into college just think philosophy is just a bunch of people talking. And we're such a pragmatic society. So people aren't going to sign up for philosophy courses or become philosophy majors unless they see some value in it. And unfortunately, the value society pushes today is this kind of pragmatism. And so as we were talking, the professors were talking with the philosophy majors, and I was saying, there's a real benefit to if these people study philosophy. Now, we do know there's a distinction between the will and the intellect. And if I would say Orthodox have a virtue epistemology. So your will and the vices can actually affect, and you could study all the philosophy you want and it won't help. So that can be an impediment. I'm just saying that as kind of a caveat. But there is value in studying philosophy and these different thinkers so that you learn how to critically think. As Chase and our other friend had pointed out too, and Wittgenstein said this too. Wittgenstein said the problem with people is they don't put the question mark down far enough. So it's what Socrates calls the examined life, right? Mm-hmm. And I think philosophy is a therapia that training somebody, and again, you can always be you can have problems of the will that will prevent that. But ideally, the therapia is training you to, as Chase said, meta thinking, right? So we all hold these positions to be true. Very few people live the examined life and ask, why is it that I believe this to be true? Nobody ever asked that question. And the joke that I always use is we all believe washing our hands after using the bathroom is good and that you should. But maybe we just stop there because everybody agrees. And you ask me, well, Deacon, why do you wash your hands? Why do you believe that that's something that's true that you should do? And I say, because it helps my Bitcoin investments, you see. Now I have an underlying presupposition that is informing a true belief, but it's not a good justification. And what do you see with society and most people? They stay at the surface. They don't examine it. And of course, there's a presupposition behind the belief that's offering itself as a justification for the other belief. And so what we should be doing is training, and philosophy is great at this, to really dive in deep. Why is this an answer for that? Why is that a justification for this thing? And if we get people to believe this, I brought up, I'd like to actually collect some testimonies from students, because it was interesting. We have several double majors, biochem majors that are philosophy majors. I'm like, that's fantastic, because typically what do you see in the STEM, right? And I made a joke. I said we should have stickers we put up on the philosophy department. Philosophy woke me up from my dogmatic scientific slumber, which is a reference and hat to Kant. But I said we would have better scientists who majored in philosophy, because what we don't want in science is an echo chamber, right? Science just becomes a training program.
Right.
I'm training you to say these things and do these things. But that's not where science flourishes. Science flourishes in critical thinking and testing, right? Well, where do you learn that? You learn that in philosophy, right?
Right.
Why is this true? Why should we believe this?
Also, science is inherently philosophical, right, Father Ananias? Science is inherently, on the face of it, philosophical. What do you first do? You observe something. Well, what's going to color? Isn't your beliefs going to color what you're observing? And you make a hypothesis.
And notice with all these atheists, and I brought this up in the meeting, the philosophy meeting today, typically what you see among scientists is a disdain, currently, a disdain for philosophers. Why? Oh, those are the people that tell you you're incorrect or call you out. Of course, you're not going to like them. And you've never had any experience or training in philosophy. And so I think that needs to change. Because what do? You get this new breed of scientists and atheists, right?
Yep.
And I've identified that, as you all know, is scientism.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? The prime example.
Is either that science is the only methodology to knowledge, or the highest form, and it takes on a religious quality. Now, if any of these people just took a philosophy science 101, they'd realize I can't even get to any knowledge claims from science, that science is establishing any knowledge whatsoever. And that's humbling, right? But I think all of you are correct. We need to teach people at the meta level to push the question mark down far enough, which leads me to my next point. The question going down far enough is, I'm making all these knowledge claims, right? The atheists on here, all these people are making veridical and epistemic claims and moral claims.
Yep. Constantly.
And then in a neo-Gnostic system, they build their systems so you can't ask the question, why is that knowledge and how is that knowledge? What is Hegel builds a Gnostic system, right?
Yep.
If I build it, it's true. And if the facts contradict my system, the facts be damned, right?
Right.
And this is what you see, right? So we have to be able to identify that. You've built an operating system that is hiding and concealing your swindle and not letting us ask the questions about what justifies the system. Why is
Well,
Why is it true? What are your justifications for justifications? Yeah, go ahead.
and we're seeing this infiltrate into the medical science of today, where the FDA just banned like peptides that, my godson, one of my better friends, Dr. Michael Mueller, he uses this all the time for men to
I use them all
help
the time.
their testosterone. Yeah, they're banning all these peptides that doctors are using to prescribe to men to boost their testosterone without getting on TRT or anything like that. The FDA is now banning those, and yet fentanyl has been considered. The FDA just approved fentanyl.
And by the way, the FDA, it's not me, it's the other FDA.
Yeah, good point.
Give
Good
hormones
point.
to an
But
8-year-old.
it shows you when we look at the Fauci ouchies, when we look at what's happened since 2020, this is not based on science, because when you bring it up to somebody like the Sam Harris, right? He's so upset with Brett Weinstein because him and his wife Heather have really, even though they're atheists, really hammered on this medical establishment that is at hand has banned people like Dr. Robert Malone, Peter McCullough. And so they're having those people on to talk about the science, skepticism, questioning, and yet we're seeing this weird atheism or secularism of today where you don't question the system that grants you all these presuppositions that you're the right and moral person.
You never did with an atheism. I mean, what has happened whenever atheism's gotten into control? You look at communism, you look at like all the atheist regimes in history, they've been horrifically authoritarian, they've been incredibly violent, they've been far worse than any other religion. People did a count and they found that it took all the other world religions combined about 2,000 years to match the death count that atheism reached in 100 years. Well, so they're brutal regimes built on there's no freedom of speech. There's no freedom of thought. It's completely authoritarian. And of course, you look at who these atheists worship. Who is Steven Pinker's God? It's Thomas Hobbes, who wrote this book, Leviathan. And the whole point of Leviathan was basically why we need to have a totally pervasive authoritarian hell state, dystopia, that is constantly spying on people. Because otherwise, if we give people even the single iota of freedom, then we'll have this horrible world of tribes just warring with each other. That's the atheist worldview. That's the worldview that the academic fraud and liar and scumbag Steven Pinker and his cronies and his scumbag lying fraudulent cronies promote.
I could raise you one on that, because it's worse than that. Because not only are they responsible for that, but with what we were just talking about with the science, where it's just whatever conflicts with the moral system. Well, for the dialecticians, they want the conflict with the moral system, and Fauci could say on the science and then arbitrarily change his mind later when the timing is right for them for the alchemical process. And
there is no truth, only power. That's the classic Marxist slogan.
Yep.
And it's worse too for the kill counts, because they've involved themselves in the religions. They've gotten involved in the Muslim religions. They've gotten involved in the Zionism. They've gotten involved in the churches they've infiltrated. So there's a symbiotic relationship between the religious violence and the atheist violence now.
So I've got a great quote for you speaking on this. It's in one of my papers. I'm not quoting myself. I'm quoting some Augusta Noce in The Crisis of Modernity. This is a great quote. Now, an advocate of scientism and a society based on his way of thinking cannot help being totalitarian, inasmuch as his conception of science cannot be the object of any proof. He does not intend to elevate other forms of thought to a higher level, but he simply denies them. And then I go, basically that leads to, once you adopt scientism, right, which you can see this happening in the atheistic regimes. And again, all of this is kind of embedded within the kind of overall theme of what a Gnostic system actually is, that doesn't allow your system to be questioned. Then inevitably, there's the link. Inevitably, that will lead to totalitarianism, will to power, and violence. Like, that's why. So these atheists never get, hey, correlation isn't causation. Just because it's the no true atheist regime fallacy. Right. Hey, just because we got it wrong in the past, I mean, obviously that wasn't a true atheistic, secular humanist society, right?
Oh yeah, well that's Matt Dillahunty's favorite argument. Whenever you bring up, Matt Dillahunty's a joke, but whenever you bring up any question about like, hey, you know, all these things that you're accusing Christians or whatever other religion of doing, like you literally understand that like atheism has been a train wreck for us its entire existence. No. Well, actually, though, like if you just understand that, like my own personal brand of secular humanism, it would be different, though. Trust me, bro. It wouldn't be like all the other things. Every time atheism has been tried, it's failed. But my own personal brand of it would be great. Just trust me, bro. That's literally the intellectual level that we're dealing with.
Well, it's
Well,
based
I'm
on
curious if
evolution.
we have any that are watching that want to join and present any arguments. I would love to hear it. If anyone,
By the way, so that's the
is a
logical
dissenter.
What'd you say?
Do you see that though? I want everybody, the audience, to see that the Augusta Del Notte, right, quote about scientism, right? In my whole thesis and behind my papers I write about technocratic totalitarianism is what allows me to establish that it's not simply correlation. It's not that it just happened, right? What it's inevitable. Because of that principle, that's the logical missing link that allows me, those systems inevitably cause that. And I think that's important too, so that we're not just saying it just happens to be that they keep doing this, right? And becoming
That was part of the
totalitarian.
point. That was part of the point I was making with the Dostoevsky thing on Dillahunty too, and I think it was why it was a very but a lot of people didn't understand it was a valid critique of Andrew to bring up that that Dillahunty would not make a law against something out of that relativism because it has to happen, and his morality is inconsequential against somebody who would. It's going to go in that way. Like if people are trying to be good without God, then they're going to be steamrolled by the people who can do whatever they want, do what they'll want, because there is no God.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, let's face it, they're both going to get steamrolled by the people that aren't stupid atheists, because the reality is that these atheists don't have kids. And so no matter what happens, the future is not going to belong to them. And I guess that's the white pill in the silver lining in this dark cloud.
Yeah. I wanted to ask if Carlos or Kane or Kefi, if you guys are atheists.
I'm not an atheist, but I have something I would like to discuss, if that's okay.
Okay.
It's kind of atheism. So I'm 17. I'm currently attend an Orthodox parish, an OCA parish.
Glory to God.
Thanks. I'm trying to convert, and I want to be like absolutely sure that Orthodoxy is the way, and that Christ is the way. So could we talk about what would you say are some of the strongest evidences for Christ's resurrection?
Well, in regards to I mean, you're asking for inductivist evidence for Christ's resurrection. What are you asking for? Because at some point, obviously, we put faith in things such as tradition. We can argue worldviews. We can argue metaphysics and presuppositions. You can look at Dr. William Guy has done a fantastic job looking at the Shroud of Turin as being legitimate. But, I mean, when you ask proofs of the resurrection, how exactly, how would somebody prove it?
I don't really know, and that's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, so something that's interesting is that when you look at historical accounts, no historical accounts are proven empirically. You you can have empirical things such as manuscripts and stuff like that, or writings, but that's still not empirically witnessing the event happening itself. So any historical event like that, we are going to argue for a whole paradigm to attempt to prove it, and we can do that. But somebody can, if you just go the strict evidentiary route. I could use the same standard someone would try to attempt to use for denying Christ being a person that was alive in 2023 years ago and then was crucified. If they try to present that, I'll hold them to the same standard and make them have to deny that Aristotle, Caesar, all these historical figures existed. So it's not just, oh, show me one piece of evidentiary evidence like Patrick was talking about. It's you argue for a whole paradigm in and of itself, which is what we can do. But one piece of it, which is utterly important, of course, we don't argue for one little piece of it because that's not how a good argument works. It's going to be for a whole paradigm.
I would roll it back. I mean, it ties into what you're saying, Chase. I would roll it back to some kind of more fundamental issues that need to be hammered out and worked out before we can even get into the evidence and looking at it. And that would be what is evidence? Is evidence theory neutral? Are there these things that is Wilfred Sellers critiques are givens that everybody, society from different groups and religions and philosophical bends just looks at the evidence, and then we make an argument or a reasonable deduction or induction, and we say, no, that's actually not true. Evidence, facts, even sense perception, and these various things are not theory neutral. They don't stand independent of. So we need to hammer those kind of epistemic questions out first. Then we need to roll it back into, okay, well, what system gives a coherent and a proper justificatory account of what constitutes is evidence? In other words, rolling it back to what possible kind of system could ever give a criteria for justification criteria when it comes into epistemology.
And
That's
another thing, I'm sorry, I'll let you.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Okay, so another thing I would also say is, well, you said that you're 17, so obviously you haven't been like involved in academia. What one notices as one has conversations when you go to college, when you go to grad school, when you have conversations with like the eminent professors that are supposedly the big, smarty pants guys that are telling us all what the truth is, you get disabused very fast of the idea that these are just these dispassionate truth seekers, right? Like you start to realize that they're coming in with incredible amounts of bias going into the entire field, and they oftentimes make a sport out of specifically picking on religious scriptures, and particularly in the West, picking on Christianity and on the Bible as being like somehow we're going to hold it to the special scrutiny. It's like a reverse form of the special pleading fallacy. It's like we're not going to ask questions like, oh, is Alexander the Great real because our accounts of Alexander the Great are secondhand? But we're going to ask questions like, is Jesus real? Did the resurrection really happen? Because instantly we're going to not trust the sources that indicate that maybe Jesus was real or maybe the resurrection did happen, because those sources are Christian sources, and we just officially hate Christian sources for whatever reason going in. So their mentality going in is already one of bias, and they might lie to the public and pretend that they're not biased, but the reality is that these people are incredibly biased. And I have had many chats with professors. These professors, they're not going in with good faith. They're not going with intellectual honesty. They're going in with an axe to grind, and they're going to apply special scrutiny to the things that they personally, for personal reasons, dislike, aka Christianity and the Bible, that they would never apply to anything else, like accounts of Alexander the Great, accounts of Caesar, accounts of Plato. They would never apply these same ridiculously stringent standards, but they are going to apply this to the Bible, to accounts from Christian witnesses, to accounts from, first and second century Christians like Justin Martyr. They're going to instantly adopt this position of skepticism that they wouldn't dare adopt when it came to, secular history.
Yeah,
That's exactly why I said that evidence is not going to be some sort of neutral given that we can all just look at, and then it's going to convince me. Obviously, within the Orthodox paradigm, it's that everything's evidence for God. But then one guy looks at it and says, it's not evidence. That's why it rolls it back to more kind of fundamental epistemic questions. Now, once that's kind of established, right, once you show that the other person's not in a position to actually justify what constitutes as evidence, knowledge claims and stuff like that, then we can actually and couch that within the paradigm of orthodoxy then we can actually start talking about, well, look, the eyewitness testimonies that the gospel writers themselves were eyewitness testimony to these things, which is the best that you could actually hope for, right? And what you see, obviously, as you pointed out, Traditional Culture Preservation Society, is that, well, they'll reject it. Well, those don't count. They're Christian. Well, obviously, if somebody witnessed the resurrection and are eyewitness, they're going to believe in the resurrection, right? So the way they approach it is incorrect. And the eyewitness testimony, as Chase and you had mentioned too, of Christ raising from the dead, right? You have the opponents, even the Jewish soldiers and the Roman soldiers and the Jews basically even testifying to this, and then Christ appearing to 500 people at one time, thousands of people over the course of the 40 days. By any kind of standard, that would constitute is a reasonable justification for it. But I would really say the best justification too is the life of the church. And that's why you can't just approach this intellectually. The way that I know my wife is not because she sent me her resume and right? I entered into a life with her. And in some sense, it's the way that I know my wife is apophatic. It transcends, it doesn't contradict, but I can't list like a resume all the attributes of my wife. I know her stronger than I would actually know propositions, because I can doubt the propositions, I can get them wrong. But when I enter into a life with her and intimately get to know her in an incarnational way and spend years, we're going to be going on, what is it? It's 17 years of marriage. That's how you know it. And that's how you know the resurrection. You enter into the community and life of saints who are actually living, right? And you begin to experience the miracles and the life and the continuity. They're all saying the same thing. They're doing the same thing, right? All of this, and it's not against the intellectual kind of propositions and evidence and stuff like that, but synergistically and coherently working as a whole, that's the proof of the resurrection. And the most convincing things are not propositions and evidences that you can have between your two ears and your head, but it's an incarnational reality, the same way that you get to know, I know this person. That's much more convincing, and it's actually stronger. That's what I said. That's why we invite you, in order to even understand the propositions of the Orthodox Church and the arguments, you have to come and see, and you have to enter into an incarnational community in which you spend time, and that rehab program changes you. That's why I said it's virtue epistemology. Once you start acquiring the virtues and the life of the saints and the church and your community around you, you begin to say, I get it, I see it. And that's far more convincing. The noetic truths that are in the heart are far more certain and convincing and true than the intellectual abstract propositions in the mind.
Right.
Well, and just to add to that, because I see someone posted in the chat, you can always doubt a proposition, but you can't doubt a feeling. That's not what Father Ananias is saying. He's not saying, oh, you feel good, therefore it's true. Another approach, and something that is a direct quote from Father Ananias, is that these arguments are to quiet your misplaced intellect and show that there is no reason at all to reject the truth and to reject orthodoxy, so that all that's left standing is naked stubbornness. And then now you come and see, and I agree with everything else Father Ananias says. I just don't want someone to get confused and think that, it's just, you feel something, and that's not what Father said at all. It's
Well,
just
hold on. We have some questions. I just want to answer everything. Feel free to finish up, Father Deacon, and then I want to address some super chats real quick and maybe go into a different direction.
Yeah, let me qualify that you can doubt a proposition, right? What's more certain, not that you can't doubt a person, is a life with your friends and family members, correct? Right? I can doubt, I get things intellectually wrong. And it's not that I don't get things wrong with people, but the relationships, and it's not a feeling, it's not a warm, fuzzy feeling. It's an incarnational reality, right? That's actually deeper, that I would say I'm far more justified in saying I vouch for that person. Why? Because I spent 20 years with them. I've spent 46 years with them. I could get it wrong, but it's far more certain than an intellectual proposition that almost 95% of the time I'm getting wrong. And so therefore, that is the prescribed mode of inquiry and epistemology and orthodoxy, is that if you really want to know, you need to enter into the kind of personal relation. How do I know that Christ rose from the dead? Because he's real and alive, and I meet him every liturgy, right? Yeah. Incarnationally. I spend time with the saints. So I'm making an argument from an analogy that everybody agrees with, that I know a person that I put time and invested in and lived a life with better than I know my own abstract propositions. And if that's true, I'd be like, congratulations. That's exactly what Orthodoxy is prescribing. Come and see and build a relation with the community and the saints in Christ. And then you begin to know, not to the exclusion of propositions, but it's the first things first. It's that sort of thing that enlightens and illumines the mind so you can see things correctly. It's like, I get it. Now the propositions and the arguments actually make sense. So it's just a first things first mentality. And I would say it's intuitive too, because we live that way, whether you're a secularist and atheist, anyways, in terms of incarnational realities and persons, anyways, that we put more certitude in that than we do our own abstract thoughts. That's all. And like Jay said, that's not feelings. It's not because I feel.
Right. Okay. So I want to answer a few super chats. Over on Dono chat, we had one come in by Keenan Beach. Shout out to Keenan. Throws in $10. Says, let's get these super chats going. Agreed. Thank you so much, Keenan. And he even followed up with a few over here on YouTube. First one on YouTube was Matt. Throws in $2.99. Says, God bless. Thank you very much, Matt. And welcome, Based Albanian. He throws in $5 and says, if God real, why you have funny mustache? And that's when he was talking to Chase when Chase hopped on.
That's a good point. I'll defer to Father and Ananias on that one.
But thank you very much, Based Albanian. And then our brother Keenan throws in $1.99, says, let's get the super chat chain going, B words. And then welcome to the Codal Crew First Person Q gifted membership. I didn't see who got it, but God bless you guys. And also welcome Blue Skittle. He also joined today. And then Keenan followed up. Again, I appreciate it, Keenan. Thank you so much, bro. He says, I'm not going to say this again. Super chat train. And that was followed up by Zen Shapiro for $5 saying, Chase Haggard owes my daughter money. You want to tell us a little bit about that situation, Chase?
Yeah, Zen has an infant daughter.
Is your advisor a counselor if they don't?
I'm not gonna just run from it. Zen has an infant daughter. She advised me on some investments, and then I ended up having to borrow money. Technically, I kind of owe her money too, but I don't really want to get into it. Yeah, we can just move on to the next.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, it turns out, according to Fresh Pelimni, he throws in 8, and he says Zen Shapiro's daughter owes him money. So Zen Shapiro's daughter is out here making deals left and right.
She's a firm businesswoman.
It sounds like it.
Oh,
it sounds like it.
Infinite regress of a debt chain in which there's no first owner.
Sounds like our monetary system. Zen Shapiro throws in another $2, says Chase's mom picks out his clothes.
Yes, and
True. You got a problem, Zen?
yep.
Appreciate you, Zen. God bless you, bro. And then first person Q follows on the train and throws in $2, says choo choo. And then over on, you guys like that? Over on StreamYard. We got another one actually. Bedward Ernest throws in 2 and says, good work. Well, thank you very much, Bedward Ernest, for that. Over on Streamlabs, rather, we had a question come in. Who is this by? Peter Rosequist, or something of that nature. And he throws in for $1. He says, how do you resolve the Euthyphro dilemma? Does
Ooh.
God create morality without a basis, or does God merely affirm morality, in which case an atheist could still follow what's good without God?
Yeah. So with with the Euthyphro dilemma, it's because he actually kind of misphrased it. So is that typically the Euthyphro dilemma is goodness something above God that God is constrained by, and therefore the goodness is actually God, or is it goodness something that God just arbitrarily chooses? Right, Father Ananias? That's the two horns of the Euthyphro dilemma.
Wrong. No. Yeah.
Okay.
So
cool.
If there's something independent of God that he's subservient to, then he's not very godlike. If whatever God says is good, then it's arbitrary.
Yeah.
That's the way
And so with our worldview, with the essence energies distinction, I think that's a prime example of it not being a problem in our worldview, because God himself is goodness. It's not something above him. He's also not constrained to go and assign to us every single moral law. Through his energies, him in his personhood chooses which moral laws to hold us accountable to. And so that's how it doesn't apply to us.
Well, this is something which, because I hear this a lot. I'm sorry to interrupt if anybody else wanted to chime in. But
No, go ahead.
Because I hear this a lot when I've been dealing with atheists over the years. I think that, to be honest, like trying to use the Euthyphro dilemma to own people that believe in God is ridiculous. Like, let's be honest here, all right? It's actually a very easy dilemma, I think, to resolve, because if you assume that there is an all-powerful entity that created the physical universe, then by definition, the only way you could actually have a concept of good is to have it be the will of that all-powerful entity. What else could good possibly be? Within our
part of the horn of the dilemma, part of the horn of the dilemma that is uniquely solved by our worldview of orthodoxy is that it's not something arbitrary. That's just murder could instantly become good, or child sacrifice could become good because he just decreed it. That's actually one of the horns of the dilemma, that if it's just arbitrary, there's no actual basis ontologically that this good goes back to. It's just something arbitrary, like an arbitrary rule in football being changed.
Yep.
Well, I'm saying though that it's a false dilemma in the sense though that like the good is the good because it is God's will. That God's will that we not kill without just cause is.
But could he just change his mind and say that it's good
Yeah,
to do it?
No, because it wouldn't be within God's nature to change his mind about that sort of thing. Like it would not be like that God has a specific, understanding. God abides by his own rules because there's something
I'm gonna chime in real quick.
cause him to abide by his own, like, you know what I mean? Like I know I'm not articulating the best, but what I'm saying is that essentially
Well, the problem with that, and the reason why it's resolved through the essence energies, is if you don't have a distinction between God's essence and energies, then God himself, right? You have a kind of modal collapse. God's essence determines his will, right? And then it collapses. Then it's open up to the atheist critiques. So God's not even free to. So you could say, oh well, his goodness is in his nature. But then the problem is, if you don't have the energies, right, it really does kind of become arbitrary, because now he's determined. His nature determines his will and his dictates. So what's nice about having the energies is, if you have like the logoi, right, that is distinct from God's essence, similar to the forms, the universal forms, which would satisfy obviously the Greeks and the philosophers in saying, oh, well, that's why something's good, because it matches an objective reality. Well, what's interesting with that is then God's essence, right? Who God is in himself, he wills the energies in the creation, right? So he's free. He's not actually determined by the good, right? And therefore open to criticism of it being arbitrary, because it's like, oh, it's just God's essence. It's whatever he does would be good. No, he's actually free. He's not confined either by his essence or his energies. His wills, and that's why St. Maximus calls the logoi thought wills. He wills them to be true. So I think that's what puts orthodoxy in a unique position to get out of the Euthyphro dilemma, whereas in kind of classical theism and Western thought, you have these kind of modal collapse that I really think that in the end would open you up to a valid criticism of the Euthyphro dilemma from atheists.
And I got to head out, but thanks for having me on. I'm going to pop on my headphones and listen. Hope you guys have a good one.
Thanks for joining, brother.
Good to see you.
Absolutely. Sonomosiologist, welcome.
Hi.
Are you an atheist?
No. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, no, I'm a Christian. I was born a Christian.
Okay.
I'm a Calvinist, if you're inquiring.
All right. So
Yeah.
what brings you in regards to the topic today?
Well, I enjoy all your streams, most of them, and I usually watch them, but I usually watch them maybe a day or two later because of the time difference and stuff.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you watching them. We're hoping go ahead.
I'm a longtime friend of Jay Dyer's, so
Oh, okay.
I knew Jay Dyer 10, 15 years ago. And so that's how I got onto your stream.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate that. Well, thanks for joining. We're looking for some atheists. If anybody's an atheist, please join. Again, link is posted in the live chat as well as in the video description. I know Rachel just shared it over on X, asking atheists to join. So be more than happy for some atheists to join and give us some feedback. Anyways, anybody want to take the conversation in a due direction? We have a super chat that came in from Frankie D. He threw in $10 and says, looks like I'm late and missed the combo, but I think given the observations of human behavior compared and contrasted to animal behavior, I understand why someone could find it coherent. Evolutionary psychology may have explanatory power, but be incorrect still.
Oh, well, does anybody else want to chime in? Because I could say a lot about this. I actually, on my YouTube channel, I took it down, but I had like a 5-hour long live stream a few months ago about evolutionary psychology. But if anybody else wants to chime in, I'll be glad to hear from you.
Hold on a second. Why am I blanking on his name? Alvin Plantinga has a great defeater for this, right? So the idea is that knowledge and justification could be couched and explained in terms of naturalism and evolution. So it's true because it survived and it worked, right? And he just has I'm just going to summarize it really quick. A great defeater, let's grant evolution, and then naturalism becomes a defeater for knowledge, because so the evolutionary principle of survival of the fittest, right? If that's going to be your principle, your first principle to ultimately explain knowledge, and just for the sake of the argument, without thinking about Getty or something like that, true justified belief, that, well, wait a minute. I live in Montana. We have a lot of grizzlies up here, okay? And grizzlies are dangerous. And the best way to survive is to run from grizzlies. Would everybody agree with me? When you see one out in the woods.
Depending how
Okay.
close it is, right? Aren't you told to stand still once they're like on you?
Oh no, don't do. What I do is, what I find works is I lather myself with bacon grease and
Yeah.
but it illustrates the point that I'm talking about. Okay, suppose I have a false belief that the best way to run from grizzlies is to give them a hug. All right, I have a false belief that will promote survival. That's not knowledge, correct? So that itself is, I can think of a host of counter examples in which false beliefs will actually work and promote my survival, but a false belief can never be a true justified belief. Therefore, the principle of evolution, survival of the fittest, can never actually be a principle to explain knowledge, in short. Did I get that right, everybody? Everybody satisfied with that?
I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
I want to welcome Byzantios, and thank you so much, brother, for the $10 super chat. Anything you want to say regarding the topic today? Oh, I think he's frozen. Byzantios 1, you hear me? No. Okay. I think. Oh, there it goes. You hear me? Oh, you're muted. Byzantios, you got to unmute. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There you go. Hey, what's up, man?
Okay. I'm back on.
What's up?
Not much. I just wanted to say good evening to you guys. I'm really not academically in any way, shape, or form.
I can't hear him.
I just wanted to pop in quickly and say quick hello and give you a bit of inspiration.
Well,
the only thing is with regard to these new atheists, especially. Anyways. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Can't hear? Oh, okay. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe a connection. I can hear you.
It's my connection. I'll just say good night, guys.
All right. Well, thank you very much, brother,
it's
for
my
the super
connection.
chat.
It's not the best.
Yep. Truly appreciate it, man. God bless you.
No problem.
I wanted to bring something up about what Trad West said with this historical categories, how they're very biased, and they want to apply the same criticism they would apply to Christ or the saints to Alexander the Great. But a lot of that stuff is mytho history too. When you saw like Dillahunty, he said that it wasn't science. The historical categories weren't science, so he didn't have to accept them. So it was like nothing real before scientific experiments. I mean, if you look at, they found Mycenae through looking at where the Iliad said it was, even though it wasn't total history. So that, like, to say that there's no evidence in this stuff at all is just absurd.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. And again, and these people see what people don't realize if they're on the outside looking in is that they don't understand that the so-called like these scientists, they're just like everybody else, and they're just as much completely beholden to their own paradigm. They're just as likely to become biased. They're just likely to go in with their emotions and certain, views that they have coming in before they study what's going on. And and another huge problem is the gatekeeping within the scientific establishment. So there's a ton of research indicating, that there's truth to a lot of the claims of the supernatural, that there's a lot of research into things like near-death experiences that simply will not get published because reputable journals will instantly turn you down, no matter how good, no matter how well argued, no matter how many, how high the standards of data that you go in with is, because of the fact that you're not towing the line because you're going into to territory that they don't want to touch. They'll instantly reject you and they will not publish your work because it's like, oh no, we don't publish that sort of stuff. We're only committed to the free thinking, scientific, skeptic worldview. And it ends up not being skeptical at all because what it ends up doing is it ends up, basically just proving one side by refusing to hear the other side, by refusing to give the other side any slice of the pie at all. And meanwhile, turning a blind eye to all the fraud and all the deception and all the, garbage, all the trash that's coming out of the secular institutions to the point where, you get actual scientists themselves, like the head editor of the Lancet, talking about how most published peer-reviewed research findings are crap.
Right. I wanted to offer, hey, Peter, are you there, brother?
Yeah, I am.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, not much. Hey, I just have a question real quick, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Back to that Euthyphro dilemma that I
Yeah.
submitted. Father Deacon Ananias was talking about how because of the energy essence distinction, God's will is neither arbitrary nor is it determined.
Right.
And I'm not completely familiar with the energy essence distinction. I've been really getting into orthodoxy recently, though, so I'm vaguely aware of it. But I was hoping that he could elaborate on how it resolves that.
Okay, well, he's just coming back. So, Father Deacon, can you hear me? Oh, he's eating something.
Well, does
You
anybody
caught
else
me
have any
eating.
insight
Yeah.
regarding it?
No,
Well,
say it again.
The how the energy essence distinction resolves God either being non-arbitrary or non-determined.
Yeah. So if God only exists in the mode of an essence, right?
Right.
There's a kind of modal collapse, right?
Okay.
And
When
so
you say
somebody
modal
could
collapse,
say-
do you mean like in Sabellianism?
Well, look,
What do you mean like
No.
modal collapse?
that means everything that you would say about God, every predicate, is identical.
right.
So that means his goodness, his will, his justice, his wrath, ultimately in itself is identical.
Okay.
Now, if that's
that makes
true,
sense.
that means that he's not free. His essence determines his will because his will is not distinct from his essence. It's the same thing in and of itself. Now, to me, that would open up a criticism. Okay, you're saying that God's nature is good.
Right.
And whatever he wills is good. But the thing is, that seems to open up for arbitrariness, right? And a further
Right.
complication is that he's not free. Now, if I was a Platonist or a Greek, I would be satisfied with, well, look, there's these objective forms that are out there, and that's what's good.
Right.
And just like I could say the object is round because there's an objective form called roundness. Now, what we could say is that, well, now let's see what you would call the forms are divine energies and they're distinct from God. So if you think that's not arbitrary, right? And there's an analogy with that. Then what God, since will is a property of nature, it's not confined by whatever the object is, the form or whatever.
Yeah.
Fact.
Okay, that makes sense.
He freely wills it. So there's nothing that constrains his will. So he wills to create through what's called the logoi, which would be similar to like a Platonic form.
Okay.
And in philosophy, typically you would say being and goodness are convertible. So the tree is a good orange tree if it fulfills being the form of an orange tree or something like that.
Right.
So what you have here is you catch the Platonists because I bring up Plato because the youth broke dilemmas in Plato.
You're right.
Okay, you've got an objective standard, but it doesn't stand independent of God. But it's not arbitrary because it's not collapsed into his essence. It's distinct from his essence. Then he wills it and creates the being of the tree, the being of the person, and all these things. And so when we look at the created world and order, we can say it's good, not simply because God just willed it, but because there's actually logoi, divine energies. Does that make sense? So
Yeah,
it's
that sort of makes sense.
All these problems.
So would you then say?
No, Peter, you're cutting out. Can't hear you.
Oh, I'm really sorry to just like interrupt, but I just got to chime in. There's a guy in the comments that's making some interesting observations. Frankie D, he's talking about like, I guess sort of evolutionary psychology stuff and like deterministic aspects of human nature and human relationships. I'll tell you what, Frankie D, if you'd like, I could actually, I was thinking of doing a live stream on my channel later on tonight. If you'd like to hop on, we could have that conversation. I just had to throw that out there. Frankie D, if you are interested.
Frankie D's an Orthodox brother.
I see.
Hey, by the way, I realized that I mixed up Alvin Plantinga's argument. What I meant to say is if I could show a counterexample of a false belief that provides an example of survival, then that's a defeater. And what I mixed up is, suppose I have a false belief that you should hug grizzly bears. Okay, now that's not going to promote my survival. And furthermore, my false belief is what it means to hug a grizzly bear is to run. So I have two false beliefs that promote survival, and therefore I have a defeater that the promotion of survival can be an explanation for knowledge. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about that. I got that reversed. And no, I didn't actually run from a grizzly bear. This is a thought experiment. Because there's grizzly bears up here doesn't mean it actually happened. It's a thought experiment to be a defeater for evolutionary psychology. Sorry, just had to throw that in there.
Well, we got a question just to move into another topic. Jay Daniel throws in $2 and says, what is a critique of determinism? And I think this is a good one that's going to almost play into what you're talking about right now, Father Deegan, in regards to the question of free will. I mean, how would feel free, again, it's an open panel, we can go around, but how does anybody want to begin with a sort of refutation of determinism?
I mean, I've got one, but if anybody else wants to go first, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, like I said, just a working definition. I know about the Gettier critiques and stuff like that, but just for the sake of the argument, let's just assume that knowledge is a true belief with justification. Okay. Suppose that determinism is true. I'm going to actually show that there's a defeater for knowledge.
Right. That's where
let me think about an example, thought experiment, where there's an evil brain surgeon. And he determines through electrically prodding your brain to have a true belief. Every time he prods this certain region in your brain, you have the true belief 2 + 2 is 4. Now, are you holding the true belief for the correct reasons? Okay. And even Donald Davidson brings this out too with epistemology. And Donald Davidson is an atheist. That causality tells you that it causes something, but it doesn't tell you causality. A deterministic causality will never tell you if you're holding it for the right reasons. Okay. Most people would think, well, wait a minute. putting electric prods in your brains to give you true beliefs isn't a good reason for holding a belief. Why? Well, because I could make you, and the same sort of mechanism, causally determine you to think that 2 plus 2 is 5. Okay, so that deals with the justification. It's like, okay, you've given me a causal explanation, but we're in a different category. Causal explanation doesn't tell me whether I'm holding or the beliefs cause for the right reasons. Okay, and since justification is the right reasons, then that doesn't fulfill the criteria. Second of all, I would say that in a deterministic worldview, nothing is truth oriented.
Right.
Right? Things just are.
Yeah.
So what that means is the same causal mechanism, the antecedent causes, could cause me to have a false belief and the other person a true belief. And because I'm in that deterministic causal network, I can't even get to the meta level of actually saying, well, this is a true belief and this is a false belief, because both of them are caused
right
by the accepted legitimate cause of an antecedent cause. So at that point, it collapses the whole notion of veridicalness. So
right.
I don't even get to the notion of truth, justification, which
Right.
my previous example showed. It wouldn't be justified. I don't even get to the notion of truth directedness in a worldview like that. And if that's true, then your belief that determinism is true is caused by the same legitimate sort of causation that my belief that determinism is false. Therefore, determinism is self-defeating and a defeater for knowledge. Does that make sense?
It does. I think you lost a few people. Like one guy said, I'm too low IQ for this. But another way that I would approach, just on a more basic level in regards to determinism, that if you believe in determinism, then you can't make moral and ethical claims about good or bad, because everything just is. Because the idea that something would be bad would mean that somebody has a free choice or a free will in the decision between two options. And so if you are a determinist, then you really are going to have a real problem making moral claims or ethical claims about what people ought to do, because nobody can ought to do anything because everything's already predetermined.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that includes beliefs, and that's the problem. Like the problem with, and I know that a lot of atheists love determinism, a lot of atheists love to deny free will. Many of them are hard determinists. They're actually more deterministic than Calvinists or Muslims, if you actually look at it. A lot of these atheists, they will literally say that the human is essentially just a robot that has no capability of independent thought. Well, the problem with that is that if that's true, then you can't actually make any progress to knowledge, because atheism completely relies on human cognition, because there's no revelation, there's no higher power, there's no God that's revealing things to us. There's no way, the most that we could ever hope to understand, we could only understand through our brains and through chemicals reacting and neurons firing off in the brains. But the reality is that if all we are is robots, then all we're doing is our chemicals are firing off in our brain in certain ways that have been pre-programmed that we have no control over. So how can we actually make any claims about anything being true? All we're seeing, all we're observing is just what we're determined to observe, because we don't actually have any way to evaluate that that's true, other than what we're just biologically determined to observe through our brains. So now all of a sudden, again, it's self-defeating. Essentially what it is that we have no free will, we're robots, but at the same time, our only understanding of truth is through our robot brains that we don't have any control over, and we can't help, what we actually think, what we actually feel, what we actually experience. Why would we, under any circumstances, believe that corresponds to what reality is? For all we know, it could be evolutionary advantageous for us to believe a bunch of lies and a bunch of crap, and we would have no way to evaluate that. That's why this whole system is so ridiculous. It doesn't actually give us any way to evaluate truth. It gives us every reason to believe that we're not seeing the truth.
Right. The same person who asked the question, Jay Daniels, says, if determinism is true, doesn't that make evil necessary, bound to happen? No, because how would you come to know what is good or evil based on in a deterministic worldview? Again, that was the point we're saying. So he says, thus, no problem of evil. No, you still have a problem in regards to preferences. You can't say something's bad or good because it's all determined to happen. It just is. Anybody want to tackle in that in regards to if determinism is true, doesn't that make evil necessary, bound to happen? Thus, no problem of evil. No.
On a side note, like the mechanistic materialist determinism that's prevailed since the Enlightenment, hasn't it been destabilized by like quantum physics? What is your take on that?
Are you asking me about determinism and quantum physics?
Yeah, but doesn't quantum physics, hasn't that demolished the determinist point of view?
Because the wave particles collapse due to the observation. AC, you out of here, brother? God bless. Yeah. And I have real questions regarding quantum physics as a rubric to understand reality, because there's so many different theories and schools within it. But if we're going to take the double split experiment seriously, well, that would insinuate that the world can't exist without the observer, which would make sense in a theistic worldview in which man is the imago Dei and created in the image of God, that you can't pull man out of creation and creation still exists because it's one and parcel of the same process.
Right.
Yeah. So I would absolutely agree with that. We have some other super chats. Again, I wanted to ask Joe AG. I saw you've been on here, brother, and you haven't said anything. Feel free to hop on real quick if you have anything. Are you an atheist or anything you want to say?
No, I'm definitely a theist. But I do kind of, in the back of my mind, as I study philosophy, kind of wrestle with the ideas that atheism present. Yeah, you can't hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I definitely wrestle with, because 20 years ago when I became a Christian, I used to profess to be an atheist, even though I was really an agnostic. Now there are things that I can be agnostic about, but I profess to be a Christian and I'm a believer. However, there are things I wrestle with. Like, for example, right now, in the midst of this Israel-Palestine debate, I'm having conversations with secular people who think that secular humanism is going to solve this problem. And I asked them why. How can you say that? First of all, how can you even say that what Israel or Palestine is doing is wrong? How can you set up secular courts if you don't have a morality? Now that led me to study David Hume, and that kind of stuck in my brain a little bit. And I'm like, well, most philosophers think David Hume is kind of silly, but why? Why does his causality thing doesn't work? Why is his morality theory doesn't work? His radical empiricism not work? It seems to make sense that, okay, how do we know is to ought? That is a question that I need to have answered.
Okay, sorry, I was responding to somebody. You were posing a question for the panel in regards to the is-ought problem of David Hume?
Correct.
Father Deacon, feel free if you want to handle it. I mean, the is-ought problem. Hey, AG, I think you have. I'm hearing a reverb. Is the phone on the table?
No, there's nothing. There's no noise going on here. It might be my phone. It might be my phone. I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm going to mute you just so other people don't hear it.
Okay.
So, Father Deacon, do you want to handle this one? But the is-ought problem is a problem for the atheistic worldview because they can't make a claim about ought problems. And when you point to David Hume and the problem of induction and highlighting all the presuppositions of the total skeptical worldview itself, if you're totally skeptical about universals, categories, like you said, he said, you can't even predict that the sun's going to come up the next day. This is something based on, oh shoot, I just lost the word, probability. So it's happened before. It's most likely to happen again. This is where Kant's addressing, what woke him out of the
It's not
slumber.
even probable. Like that's
Yeah.
what's crazy is you can't even get to probability on that because probability you have to have some sort of standard, right?
Right.
By which you say that it's some type of thing that's not probable by which you can measure the probability by is basically, and so, but I would say Hume is good. Hume's critique doesn't apply to us. Hume's critique is based on the assumption if you start from this autonomous position and you start from all knowledge is restricted to sense perception, then there is no knowledge because all sense perception is induction.
Right.
Right. And induction ends up being viciously circular and can't even get you to probabilistic knowledge. And so we have these habits, pragmatic. Now, the thing is, in one sense, Hume's being inconsistent, right? So why? Because he makes absolute epistemic claims and causal claims about the things that you can't know. So he doesn't put the question mark down far enough and realize, yeah, but I'm rolling it back and I'm actually using the same things that I'm actually denying. So Hume destroys his own system, but we can use Hume and say, well, but he's correct in this sense. Absolutely. If you start from an autonomous man-made position, you start from all knowledge is restricted to sense perception. You don't sense causality. You're stuck in induction. You never get deduction. And induction doesn't even rise to the level of probabilistic knowledge because that would require a standard. And it would require that, in fact, it's what's viciously circular about it is it's probabilistic because it's worked in the past. Well, how do you know it's worked? How do you know that works? Well, I have to assume what I want to actually prove in order to make even a probabilistic or inductive argument. Does that make sense?
He does come to the conclusion himself as a total skeptic. And that's where I think Hume is useful. And that's where the presupposition, it's really tying the stream back to the beginning, because when we talk about the presuppositional method of apologetics, well, that's where people say, oh, you're just using Kant. No, we're not using Kant. Kant was just showing that even from the autonomous position of Hume of just, I'm going to come to knowledge of the world just based on induction. Well, that doesn't really tell you how the causation of the world itself. It's only showing you what your sense perception is showing you. And the whole point of the skeptical worldview is the skeptic of sense perception itself. So how do you know? You can't know. And that's where Hume's project, and he realizes, well, dang, if we're skeptic, we have to be totally skeptical because we're presupposing all these things that are not built in sense perception, just through induction. If that makes sense.
And that's great. That's a great critique of science too, because science operates on induction and then wants to make these claims, right? And every atheist is going to use science. All you have to point out is the problem of induction. Now, if they've taken a couple classes, they might actually know about Karl Popper's attempt to avoid the problem of induction by his falsification principle, in which he can provide sort of kind of deductive, but I have critiques of that too. And it's not my critiques. The philosophy of science has critiques of that too. So science really is not in a position to establish knowledge.
Right.
Does that mean I'm anti-science? No. Like, I see value in it. And within my paradigm, I can give an account for it. Right? How do I know? Well, what would only be the thing in a position to know? Well, let me put it this way. You've got two options. Either, and this truly is a dichotomy, either there's a personal God who creates the world intentionally.
Right.
The laws that the future will resemble the past, that there's identity over time, that there's morality, and we explained how that would work in terms of essence and energy to avoid the Youthbrook dilemma. Knowledge, how your mechanisms, both physically and noetically and mentally would work, so that you would know. We have an account for that. Well, what's the other option? Well, no personal being that creates something on intention. Well, what's the opposite of a purposeful intention? If I crash my car into a wall on purpose, the opposite of that is what? I crashed my car on
accident.
Into the wall on accident. So the atheist must resort, even if he says I'm agnostic and I'm not an atheist making a positive claim, in the dialectic between, well, if you don't assent to a purposeful intentionalism as a principle, then it's accidentalism. Okay, so now think about this. Accident is your principle that ultimately you have to explain everything. The accidental laws of physics. It's an oxymoron.
Right.
Laws preclude accident.
Right. A lawgiver.
Yes.
Every law, presupposes a lawgiver.
Yeah, and just even physical laws, right? In terms of a physicist would laugh at you if you said accidental correlation, accidental laws. They would say, no, it precludes accidents. We have an oxymoron. We have a defeater. Right. Accidental knowledge precludes from accidental morality. So what you have is you have a dialectic, right? A true dialectic that it's either purposeful intention or it's accidentalism. If accidentalism, then everything that you want to say about laws, morality, knowledge, it ends up becoming a defeater. It's oxymoron. And so the impossibility of the contrary, correct? Right. And so in our worldview, I can explain why knowledge can lead to, why there's physical laws and stuff like that. The denial of that makes it impossible. That's my argument.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, in other words, we have the best explanation. We have we have all the things that follow from I don't know if you want to use the term natural law, but like or just a general like you talk about logos spermatikos and things like that, like or the logoi and things like that. We have those explanations for induction. We have those explanations for causality. All the things that he's skeptical of, we have explanations for. But in his worldview, he has no probability that those things are even true that he's saying.
Yeah, and I don't want to just say that. Do you want to mute, Joe? I don't want to just say that it's the best explanation. Because then I'm open to, well, then you're just providing what we call in philosophy abductive argument, in which case then I can't make the claim that God is the necessary conditions for the possibility of knowledge if it's simply just the best explanation that I have thus far. So I couple this with several things. It's not only the best explanation, it's the only explanation. It has the only thing that can provide justificatory power. So that's not just, it's a good explanation. Now I'm in the realm of what would the criteria be for one's criteria justification? What would work? Coherence, explanatory power, and justificatory power. Those are just three that would be sufficient for me making the argument. Now, here's the way you put it. The reason why without theistic revelation, everything would be a defeater is because of this. And I developed this argument inspired by Chisholm's argument, which was something called the problem of criteria. And then I realized, I'm like, oh, there's something here that I could use. Okay, here's my argument. Metaphysics. Everybody's got a different metaphysical story. If you're a materialist atheist, you have a particular story. If you're a Platonist, if you're a Aristotelian, whatever, everybody's got a metaphysical story of how the world looks. how the world is, i.e. metaphysics, will determine whether you can know and how you can know, i.e. epistemology. Do you see that? Metaphysics determines epistemology. So if I'm going to know, if I can know epistemology, then I have to know what metaphysics is correct. Uh-oh, I just put my epistemological cart before
your metaphysical horse.
Well, how do I know? So basically, suppose this is 1 and this is number 2. How do I get number 2 from number 1? Okay, how do I know it's number 2? Go see 1. Do you see? You're stuck in this dialectical tension where I can never actually have a criteria for my justification criteria because I'm caught in this dialectical tension. Now, what's the cause of that problem? Ultimately, it's the finitude, right?
Right.
Finite is being confined. Okay. I'm not in a position to actually know, right? I'm confined in these kind of dialectical boxes. So let me ask you this question. What's the only thing that could possibly be in a position to actually know that's not confined by that? If the problem is finite and this dialectical tension, then the solution's what? The opposite, the infinite. If the position is my finite capabilities of knowing, then it's omniscience. Do you see what I mean? So it ends up being, now here's the category of, it's the only thing that could serve as the criteria for the possibility of your justification criteria. Everything else would be a defeater for knowledge. So now I have something that has justificatory power, explanatory power, explains, so it's not simply the best explanation, it's necessary. They all go together, right? And has revealed itself so that I actually know, and it's coherent, right? So that none of what's revealed in the revelatory system is contradicting itself. Okay, is that a standard in my paradigm? No, that's a standard by which everybody in their own religions or philosophies would say, we want satisfied. So I'm giving the opponent the argument and saying, but your system doesn't do it. They're not my arbitrary standards. I'm showing that on your own grounds, your position's self-defeating, and on your own standards, our position fulfills it. And by your own standards, it's the only thing that could satisfy everything that you want. Does that make sense?
Great.
Yeah, no, that was great. Thank you.
Yeah, that was well put. Father Deacon. All right, we had a. I was muting you, judges, so we didn't get the feedback. I wanted to address a few. We had a super chat come in from Tinfoil Hat Girl, threw in $5 and says, "I want to double back to the empirical evidence for the resurrection. Several historical experts have demonstrated that the only movement in history they have not been able to corrupt is authentic Christianity. Love you, Father Deacon Dr. Ananias, and God bless you." So, yeah, I think she makes an interesting point that they haven't been able to corrupt authentic Christianity. But when we're talking about the resurrection, this is a mystery. And part of things that are mystical, they go beyond sort of normal categories of causation or how we would understand the normal flow of the casuistry of things. So that's why it's a difficult, when somebody asks for physical evidence for the resurrection, well, that's a tricky question, as Father Deacon was highlighting. And us as Christians, especially Orthodox Christians, this has to do with the communal relationship with Christ himself, which is part of the life of the church, communing in the mysteries, because what you're being revealed is a mystery itself. And that's the thing, by communing with the mysteries, the sacraments of the church, you can come closer to this, where you come to a point of knowing that, no, this is true. I have a personal relationship with Christ, and Christ is still alive.
You know Bonson's famous crackers in the pantry fallacy, right?
Yep.
That the way that you look for something or the evidence is going to be the same across the board. The way that I look, well, if the way I look for crackers is I open the pantry, then obviously that's the way that I must look for love too, right? You just open the pantry and you know
Right.
But that's kind of implicit assumption behind the kind of question, right? What's the evidence for Christ? They're going to have some type of either arbitrary standard or standard that it's like, well, we don't approach all questions and evidence and facts in the same way. And I think that's a great point.
Yeah, exactly. Next one comes from Frankie D. He throws in a two-parter. And the first part is, how do we deal with things that appear to be based in genetic traits? It appears that things like IQ are heritable, along with physical fitness, things that Rollo Tomasi talks about. It seems like the behavior of the females was regulated for civilization. When civilization declines, I think he's asking, well, what happens, or I guess the behavior of females when civilization declines. Well, just immediate response, I think it presupposes that women are constructed or regulated, as he said, for civilization. I think all humanity, and to some sense, is looking for order. And when we're talking about women, you think just historically, you know, it was men that went to battle. The men that lost were dead on the battlefield, while the men who won went and took the women and the children. And so if you want to get into evolutionary psychology, which again, I'm dubious about in many ways, but women are much more pliable to changing one's operating system. So whether it be religions, whether it be cultures, whether it be certain groups that they belong to, I'm not sure how that relates. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, Frankie D, but maybe let's read part 2. Maybe it'll make more sense. When civilization declines, we even use the phrase returning to a more base nature. So atheism has an analogy in saying a return to the lizard brain. I don't believe in a lizard brain. I'm sort of saying I can see why someone could follow this logical path. You guys grasping? I'm going to read part 1 and 2 again, and you guys help me. I'm having trouble grokking exactly what's being asked. How do we deal with things that appear to be based in genetic traits? It appears that things like IQ are heritable, physical fitness, things that Rollo Tomasi talks about. It seems like the behavior of the females was regulated for civilization. When civilization declines, we even use the phrase returning to a more base nature. So atheism has an analogy in saying a return to the lizard brain. I'm sort of saying I can see why someone could follow this logical path. Father Deacon, do you understand? I'm having trouble grokking exactly what the question is.
So let's just the first one. Let's just unpack this together. We'll put all our minds together to decode these.
Amdir, can you turn the YouTube off? We can hear it in the background.
All right.
Thanks, brother. Okay, go ahead.
I think we'd agree with that. Can genetics be handed down?
Well, and I think that the fact that things can be genetically heritable, like IQ or physical fitness, that doesn't negate a theistic worldview in regards. We've talked about speciation before, you know, that, yeah, it's a fact that the closer you get to the equator, the more melanin people have in their skin due to the environment that they inhabit. That's not the same thing as macroevolution, where maybe I'm catching on something where he's talking about the lizard brain and he said he didn't believe in the lizard brain. I'm not sure, but you know, IQ can be heritable and it can be different across groups, but so are a multiplicity of different measurements in regards to human adaptability or physical fitness.
So then what
or
was
whatnot.
about the gender then?
It seemed like that he's trying to say that women are more geared towards or regulated by civilization than men.
Well, now we have like a kind of missing premise in there that civilization then determines genetics. It's like nature, nurture, right?
You're right.
But then I would say, well, no, there's a clear natural distinction between male and female that then I think it's reversed, that fulfills a proper societal role. Would
Right.
you, would
Well,
you agree
and
with
all
that?
and not all societies are equal. So, are women geared for genital mutilation for certain culture or category versus a different culture that doesn't deal with these things? I mean,
I was thinking like ideal societies or something like that, not
sure.
based disgusting societies.
But anyways, Frankie D, we apologize if we didn't get exactly what you were meaning there, brother, but God bless you and thanks for the super chat. See if we have any more questions that came in.
Hey, do you want us to wait till you wrap up some current conversation, or just kind of cut in whenever?
Well, you can cut in just 1 second. We just had a super chat come in, a very generous one. $50 came in from an anonymous super chatter and said, "Keep up the good work, brother." Well, thank you very much. Truly appreciate that. And we're kind of caught up on the super chat. So, Adamir, feel free, or Amdir, wherever you want to go, man. Are you an atheist, by the way?
I lean that way, and then
okay, great. So, feel free, go wherever you want.
So there's one point I want to make about worldviews, and then I want to let Impulse say something if he wants to say something as well. The point I want to make about worldviews is that what I take worldviews to be something distinct from what theism and atheism is. So theism and atheism, I understand as propositional attitudes towards the propositions God exists or no gods exist, respectively. And worldviews I take to be just the total collection of propositional attitudes that someone has. So there's going to be propositional attitudes about God, about the mind, about science, about mathematics, logic, ontology, metaphysics, whatever, whether they affirm certain theses, deny certain theses, or agnostic to certain theses. And I'm not sure how the process of showing somebody's worldview to be false is ever going to allow you to conclude an atheism simplicator is false. So I'm wondering how you're going to bridge that gap between the world, some particular atheist worldview is false or can't account for knowledge or can't account for some category, to atheism simplicator is false, or atheism simplicator in principle cannot account for these categories.
Well, are you familiar with, like, when you talk about worldviews, you're negating that atheism has a worldview?
Atheism is a propositional attitude, at least the way that I understand it.
But it presupposes metaphysics, ethics, and epistemology, and every worldview is composed by those three legs. And so whether you're knowledgeable of what your position is on universal metaphysical categories or your relationship to epistemology is irrelevant to the fact that once you're an atheist and you make the statement that the whole universe is only material and it's going through these evolutionary changes, that then puts you in a position where you only have so many ways to go.
Yeah, but I think what Andrew was trying to say is that you're specifically targeting specific atheistic views. So like you can be like maybe you could be like a supernaturalist and believe in ghosts or something like that and be an atheist, and you could be a materialist and believe and be an atheist. I think the idea is that atheism is compatible with multiple worldviews.
That's why I made my critique that wasn't dependent on a worldview, but the simple dialectical proposition between the purposeful intentional, whether you assent to that or don't assent, whether, okay, so that I literally reduced it to the two propositions and avoided the whole worldview argument at all, which would be atheism simpliciter.
Sorry, what was the two propositions?
Anything that you want to fit in that's not an affirmation of a personal deity that purposely creates the world.
And let's go back to the garden.
Yeah, so, sorry, the part that's unclear to me, so it's unclear to me how you're going to show a particular set of of beliefs that they fail in some respect to a particular belief in the set is false, is the inference that I'm taking issue with. If the inference is atheism simpliciter, so just the proposition God does not exist, entails something self-contradictory, then I'm going to be on board with you. I'm going to agree. You've showed that atheism, under any worldview, anybody who holds to atheism is going to have a false view or a contradictory view, or they're not going to be able to account for certain things.
That is exactly what he argued, though.
So what's the argument for that?
So you only have, ultimately, you're going to have to reduce it to two principles, right? Now, you could fit whatever, and we could talk about that later, under those two principles. But the first kind of principles would either you assent and you assume that there is a purposeful creator that's personal, that creates the world on purpose, okay, or not. There is no purposeful, whether you make the positive affirmation or just say, I don't know, the fact of the matter is ultimately the reality of that's going to reduce to, can you think of a third option? It's sort of like she's either pregnant or she's not, right? So it doesn't reduce to worldviews and sets of propositions, but simply identity statements on kind of first principles. Either it's purposeful intentionalism or it's accidentalism. Now, every possible, even an impossible world, atheistic worldview would fit on
Exactly what we mean by accidentalism.
Yeah, that's what same thing I was gonna ask.
Yeah, go ahead. Did I interrupt somebody? Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So I gave an example just so everybody can understand this. If I crashed my car on purpose, right? So I'm an intelligence, I have a mind, and I direct my actions to the wall. Why? Because I'm going to collect on my insurance, whatever. Get the money for a new car. You would say, oh, he drove his car into the wall on purpose. What's the only other option? If it's not on purpose, it's what?
Not on purpose? It's either on purpose or not on purpose. I agree with that.
Yeah, what's the other word we use for not on purpose? Yeah. It was he crashed his car into the car wall on what? It was a accident.
Now, what I'm curious about here is, if by accidentalism, all you mean is not a purposeful creative act by a personal creator, or if you have some further implication there that it's in some sense random or undirected.
Well, of course, it's got to be so directedness. Obviously, is an anthropomorphic term. It implies intelligence, right?
Oh no, I don't agree with that.
Oh,
so
really?
I think that there's not going to, if all you mean here is, so the dichotomy is there's a purposeful creative personal creator which acts purposefully to create the universe, or there's this sort of undirected, accidental, random state of affairs which is responsible for the universe, then I don't think that's going to be a true dichotomy, because there's several other options. One would be a purposeless personal creator. That would be a third option. A fourth option would be a directed, non-personal, non-purposeful creator. That would be a fourth option. There's more that
what I didn't say is that in the dichotomy, that the only thing that fits under there is atheism. But the dichotomy still remains. So I could fit other worldviews in there. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree that not only atheism is going to fall into the second category. My gripe is that those aren't the only two categories. If the dichotomy is a purposeful, creative, personal creator or random undirectedness, then that wouldn't be a true dichotomy.
Well, it's still accidentalism, right? So whether you're an atheist and say, well, there is no being, or one says there is a being but doesn't direct something, it's still accidentalism, right?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get clear that we weren't baking anything in there about directedness or randomness into the second horn.
So how would a cause that's not intelligent, that's for, I'm thinking of a deistic, direct something to an end, I guess. Maybe you're right. I'm just thinking through this. Go ahead.
Well, there's one response in the literature Alex Malpass gave in his debate with Luke Barnes on the fine-tuning argument. Not sure if you've seen it or not, but he put forward this hypothesis that there's naturalism with a mysterious disposition. The idea was that naturalism has the sort of disposition that gives rise to life-permitting conditions in approximately the same degree of possible worlds that like an all good being would. The idea is that there's just some mystery as to why the disposition is that way, just like there's some mystery in the theist case as to why the why God has the specific desires or attributes that he has which restrict the possibility space to life-permitting universes. And that would be a possible theory, which would fall into that second part of the disjunct, that theory that Malpass.
Let me see if I got it correct. So it's logically possible there could be something that's non-intelligent that causes and directs things to its end, but we wouldn't know the mechanism. Did I get that correct?
I didn't. Well,
I'm trying to figure out the experience.
I don't know that the mechanism is the important part here. The point is that there's that directedness. Yeah. So there would be some sense of directedness.
Okay, so, but I got that fair, right? As long as I get that right.
Yeah.
Okay, my question is, if that's a possibility, then how do I actually determine that that's a possibility or be able to distinguish between accidentalism and directedness?
What do you mean? How would you
that possibility is an epistemic justification to
Well, I'm not saying the possibility is an epistemic justification. All I was saying is that if that would fall into your second category, so if that sort of theory that Malpass had falls into your second horn of the disjunct, if you would consider that accidentalism, then I agree that that's a true disjunct. But if that's not considered accidentalism, then it's not a true disjunct. There's a third option.
So I guess the problem with that is that I'd have to ultimately go back to that disjunct, because to understand if that's even a possibility, because if you know anything about modal arguments, logical conceivability is not a good guide to logical possibility. In other words, I need some sort of kind of epistemic principle to even actually justify that that's even a coherent logical possibility. Let me give you an example of, in the literature, of how conceivability, which we just conceived of what would conceivably, no pun intended, be a logical possibility. I don't actually know if it's a logical possibility, and therefore serving is a third option that would break the disjunct. Okay.
Well, I mean, if we want to play that game, like maybe none of them are horns of the disjunct. Maybe I'm not sure if conceivability will lead me to think that any of those three are the right one. Like that just doesn't, it seems like you're just not playing the game anymore. At that point.
No, that's very different, because I'm not making the argument, my argument of disjunct about depending on conceivability or logical possibility. The objection is making that. And so I need to know then, I need a good epistemic clarifier that is it actually a logical possibility, or is it a nonsensical statement just because I thought I conceived it. An example would be, it seems conceivable that there's a largest prime number. In other words, what do we mean? And it seems logically possible.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, when I conceive of it, I'm not contradicting myself in conceiving it. Therefore, it's logically possible. So conceivability leads to logical possibility. Now, the problem is it requires some education, some data to come in, namely Euclid's proposition and proof that, in fact, what seemed to be conceivable and logically possible is actually logically impossible. So simply us bringing up that it seems conceivable and therefore logically possible that this third option ends up being, it deflates. I can't actually say that that's even a possibility, that's a logical possibility as a third option. Do you see? But my argument doesn't depend on that, so I'm not open to that.
Well, you're presenting two things. So a disjunct of a purposeful, creative, personal creator, or some sort of like undirected, accidental origin of reality. And there is an assumption when you present this disjunct that those two things, that those are logically possible. Now, I don't see why there's any reason to suppose that this third option I gave is any less logically possible than those. And I will clarify, I've never said that conceivability is a guide to possibility. In fact, my understanding of the literature, conceivability is only a defeasible guide to possibility. So until you have some overriding reason to think that something is not logically possible, it being conceivable just gives you some reason or evidence in favor of believing that it's possible. So in the case of the prime numbers, you have a mathematical proof that's going to be sufficient to defease the justification that you might get from the conceivability. That's just my understanding of how conceivability is used in modal epistemology.
I don't think so. From the literature, it's not until kind of shown otherwise. Typically, the way to establish feasibility is becoming specific enough. So typically the error in conceivability to logical possibilities is too general. And so you have to kind of hammer out the details of so it's not like, well, we don't have any objections against it, therefore it's feasible. It typically wouldn't be assented to across the board in modal logic and philosophy until it's like, no, it meets some type of kind of sufficient criteria of specificity. And therefore, because the mistakes that always occur are simply, for example, the prime numbers, right? It's too general, right? I don't have the kind of details to actually make that wide of a claim and therefore can never enter into possibility. So typically the solutions agreed, there has to be some type of sufficient specificity that would get out, which just pushes the question back to, well, what constitutes as a specific, a sufficiently specific criteria for that, which I think all of the philosophers in modal logic are wrestling. It's not like anybody's, well, I got it, I figured it out, right?
So, yeah, I mean, even if conceivability is broader than logical possibility, which I probably grant that it is, I don't think that means that conceivability is not like a good defeasible guide to logical possibility, because logical possibility is also a very broad modality. And it's usually considered the broadest modality. But that's the important point here is I don't see a reason to think that this is any less logically possible than the purposeful, creative, personal being or the accidental, undirected thing in your dichotomy. I'm not seeing what's so special about this third option I gave that's making me doubt that is logically possible.
Now, first of all, I could possibly go with third option and show that, let's suppose there's three options and the two are defeaters for knowledge. I could go that, but I'm just not at this point convinced that there's any reason to believe that a non-intelligent being could, or a non-intelligent entity or substance could direct something. So it's too, what you put is too general and vague to me to get me even into the category of feasibleness. And it's like, what would that even look like? How would you even begin to explain, let alone justify, that non-intelligent being could direct that something to a particular end?
So the amount of mystery involved in this this mysterious disposition view that Malpass puts forward is about the same amount of mystery in the theist hypothesis. So it's about how do you have something intelligent that's ordered in such a way that it has the abilities and dispositions and whatever desires or properties are necessary to bring about the state of affairs such that we see them. That seems just as mysterious as how do you have something that's has this dispositional properties to do the same. But either way, maybe let's say that we can't justify it, right? To get to every non-theistic view is impossible. You have to get to more than I can't justify the third option. You have to get to the second and third options, or the three options or two options, depending on what we want to go with. They exhaust the possibility space, and also all of the ones except for theism are false, not unsubstantiated or unmotivated, but false. And it's really unclear to me how we're going to get there.
Well, first, just in principle. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Oh, we lost our friend. Oh, he's coming back in. Go ahead. Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I think you need to go back to the Garden of Eden and what was the lie the serpent told to the woman? That she could be as God. And this is the fundamental problem with everything that's come about in philosophy and everything, is that man has decided that they are the ones who are going to determine the criteria for truth. And it's man, self-centered man, that decides all this stuff. And like, there's no such thing as an atheist. They either they believe in the God of the Bible, or they believe in themselves as gods who determine reality and how everything works. And that's what this guy is doing. I don't know. Like, I have a hard time. Like, I think that should be pursued more often, is the fact that man has determined that he is the arbiter of truth. And
yeah, let me pick up on that. Let me Amdir, let me just comment real quick that first of all, do you know the Orthodox position on this? Because I don't want to be simply thrown under theism. In fact, I brought up
I don't know.
Theism and monotheism are actually fairly recent. Under Henry Moore I think that was I'm trying to remember. Somebody look up the date on Henry Moore. It's pretty late that those terms even came into history. So I certainly want to make a distinction from general theism and not to be categorized that. So you'd said that, well, look, you have the same problem as a theist. Well, I don't want to actually be categorized in that. So do you know what the Orthodox position is as far as does it appeal to the mystery and what we were saying such that we have the same problem that maybe other theists do?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know the intricacies of Orthodox theology. I'm aware of what orthodoxy is. I'm sure I probably follow some people that you know of. Like, I've listened to Jay Dyer debates, read a little bit of Bonson and Van Til. I think some of those are Orthodox people. They might not all be Orthodox people.
Just Jay Dyer.
Only Jay Dyer? Okay, I thought one of those other two philosophers were Orthodox, but maybe not. But yeah.
So you're admitting you don't know if the creed.
I don't know Orthodox theology. No,
it applies to us on that. That's fine. I'll settle with that. We could, if this isn't helpful, if the dichotomy isn't helpful, and again, this is kind of more rhetorical, right? Do I think it works? Do I think I can defend it? That's fine. But I mean, we could sit here and argue about that all night. It's not the only argument within what I would call the transcendental argument for the Orthodox transcendental argument for the existence of God. I think that, and sometimes depending on our audience, we switch what part of the argument is because, hey, maybe this works better. Maybe there's nothing wrong with that, I think, on any side.
Right.
I want to give him
debate and argumentation. So I think that would help you to understand it.
What was that, Amdir?
Oh, you were cutting in and out a little bit.
Oh, okay.
What I was saying is that it's perfectly acceptable on all sides of debate that if a particular argument isn't being received or it's going to carry us through, you could switch the argument. I'm willing to accept that. And so, although I think we could argue about the dialectic, right, and make an argument, it's not the only argument that I depend on for making an orthodox transcendental argument for the existence of God. I think particularly the issues that you're bringing up that could be relevant, that would speak to you and your concerns, that sunomosologist, how do I pronounce, brought up, is the argument that I developed based roughly on Chisholm's criterion problem. Are you familiar with Chisholm's criterion problem?
No, I'm not. Sorry.
Anybody?
What's Chisholm's name in the book?
Roderick Chisholm's comes from, hold on, let me just pull up the citation.
Yeah, I've heard of Roderick Chisholm.
In case you guys want to, I'm trying to remember what work it comes from specifically. I have a citation for here. I can just bring it up. You can look at it later. I can just basically briefly explain the problem of criterion.
Yeah, it's about how.
Oh, you said the problem with the criterion. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm familiar with the problem with the criterion.
Yeah, it's Chisholm's.
So this argument inspired me to think about something else.
We can chat about the problem of the criterion if you want. That's something Impulse and I have spent some amount of time thinking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different than that. I'm just saying I was studying and reading it, and it gave me another idea of something similar. The difficulty, whether it can be resolved or not, that it's pointed out with Chisholm, is there's some sort of kind of dialectical tension, right? That number one, epistemology requires answering what are we justified in believing. In other words, what's the extent of our justified beliefs? And number two, what makes our beliefs justified? What are the criterion for justification? And then Chisholm points out, well, in order to answer one, I have to answer two, and I can't answer two without one. Now, I was just particularly fascinated of how these kind of dialectical tensions work in philosophy. Whether it be like you've got one card that says, on side of the card that says, the proposition on the other side is false or true, and then you flip it over and it says false. Just these kind of self-referential and dialectical tensions interest me, and then it got me to start thinking about something else, and then I worked this into my own tag. So this argument is not from Chisholm. It's in my own publications. I'm just saying I'm giving a hat tip to Chisholm because it inspired me to start thinking about how these things work. Metaphysics, right? Whatever the world is and looks like in principle, whether it's like you said, a non-intelligent entity that can cause you direct, complete randomness, so whatever the story is, somebody's going to have at least some assumptions on that. And even if they don't, I think we could all admit that the way the world is going to determine whether we can know and how we know, correct? And we can imagine a world in which it's such a way that there are no knowers, a world of rocks. So all of that's to illustrate metaphysics determines epistemology, correct?
Mm-hmm.
By metaphysics determines epistemology, you just mean that the world could be a way that's non-conducive to knowledge, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then whatever the way the world is, gives an account and determines epistemology, how and what we know and blah, 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 right?
I agree that metaphysics determines like there's like two questions. There's like what's knowledge conceptually, and then what are the knowledge conducive conditions? I think metaphysics determines the second one. Not so sure about the first.
And I just mean metaphysics in the sense of ontology then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got you. If you mean metaphysics,
they have non-existing things.
Yeah, if you mean like the conditions that are conducive to knowledge or contingent on specific metaphysical laws or principles, then yeah, I agree.
And therefore, epistemology is, in that sense, contingent upon metaphysics.
Yeah, in that sense. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which puts me in a really interesting position then. I need to know, so if my metaphysics in that sense determines my epistemology, then I need to know, am I a butterfly now? I need to know which I need to, where am I in my hands here? I need to know which metaphysics is actually true. So the way that I phrased this in the paper was I have to put my epistemological cart before my metaphysical horse. And then it's like when I ask that, then I put my metaphysical cart before my epistemological horse. And I have something very similar to what Chisholm described. It's not identical, but it's a similar problem, right? Of this sort of kind of dialectical tension. Yeah. And I ask myself, well, why is this occurring? And I won't be able to resolve it, right? Because I'll always be stuck in one of those categories, right? Limited by one of those categories, bound, right? Such that I can't answer the other one without the other, and I can't answer the other without the one. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So yeah. Ooh, I have something to say here, but I just know that Impulse wants to cut in on this, so I'm inclined to let him cut in here.
So okay, so I do have. So just to understand you correctly, you're saying that you have to know the metaphysics before you know the epistemology. Is that how I'm understanding you? I mean, do I have you correctly? Yeah. Okay. So the thing is that like, well, given I'm gonna be talking for myself and Amdir here because I guess we share very similar views on this. We were both externalists when it comes to epistemology. So I actually deny, and I think myself and Amdir do deny that we have to know our metaphysics to know the epistemology. So that's just that's kind of like a form of the KK principle in a sense, but yeah, that's just, I think if you guys are familiar with externalism about epistemology. No?
I know all about it, yeah.
Yeah. So since the type of externalism that myself and MDR prefer is going to be a type where justification doesn't actually play a role in our epistemic or like in our knowledge. So there's just going to be a type I don't know if you ever heard of the view virtue reliabilism or a robust virtue epistemology. That's the view that we prefer, and under that view we're just going to deny the thesis that you have to know your metaphysics to know the epistemology.
Well, I don't think, first of all, I don't think it's related to the KK thesis that you have to know that you know, because that's still within the epistemological category. The fact of the matter is reliabilism and externalism is a metaphysical assertion. Correct?
About
it is a account of how the world works such that things are justified or no.
How we know? We're talking about knowledge here.
If you're talking about like knowledge conceptually, I think it's just a semantic question.
I'm not talking about knowledge conceptually. I'm saying you made a metaphysical claim.
Right.
Externalism is a and reliabilism is a mechanistic claim about how the world works.
Right.
That then spills into the epistemological category, right? And so what I'm saying is you're not in a position to actually assert that reliabilism or internalism is the way that this goes. So basically what you're caught in is, well, just grant me my metaphysical assumption
Right.
so that I can actually justify my epistemology without having to do epistemology. And if you go into the category of epistemology, then what you're saying is, well, you're putting it's not to know that you know, or an infinite regress or anything like that. What you're doing is you're categorically putting things by your own admission in the wrong categories. You're putting epistemology, which you admit is determined and contingent upon the metaphysical description of reliabilism, but for the epistemology that's determined before the metaphysics.
So
you're
I want to
inconsistent as a self-defeater.
Yeah, so I want to get clear here about exactly which metaphysical claim you think we're forwarding or asserting, because there's two claims that I'm identifying here that you mentioned. One is the externalism. The other is the reliabilism. So the reliabilism, the way Impulse and I take reliabilism is a conditional. So if your true believing is manifesting your competencies in certain conditions, then you know. It's an if-then statement. So it's not making a statement about the way the world is. It's just making a conditional statement about in which conditions knowledge obtains. And what knowledge is going to be a semantic thesis. So it's really unclear to me on our view what the metaphysical claim is that we're making here.
Hold on, I've created an argument to refute the conditional. I've just got to remember, just give me a second on this, because I actually wrote this on paper, and it's a complicated argument. I just need to recall it. So anybody can talk. I'll try to look that argument up, but it's an interesting objection. I don't think that it actually works. I just got to recall what the argument is that I actually came up with on that. So if anybody wants to chime in while I look for that argument, go ahead.
Well, I would like to pose a question to Impulse and Amdir, and I appreciate you guys coming on, and you guys have been very respectful. This has been a great conversation.
Yeah.
Do you not feel that externalism is making a metaphysical assumption about the way the world works?
I don't see that it necessarily is. I think particular externalists might. I don't think that the way I construe externalism, there's a metaphysical claim that I'm making, but I'm open to being shown that there is.
Can you explain how you construe externalism?
Yeah, so the way that I'll just kind of lay out the theory of knowledge, I guess. What I take knowledge to be is apt true belief, and I take it to be a semantic thesis about how people are generally using language. Or I can just make a weaker claim, that's how I'm using the language. And we can leave it at that weaker claim. And then we're just gonna say, so the idea of what beliefs count as knowledge are just gonna be those beliefs that are apt true beliefs. It's just something conditional. And we can unpack each of those concepts further. If you're worried there's a metaphysical assumption in like apt, true, or belief, we can unpack each of those to get at what those mean, if that's the concern. But yeah.
I'm almost there. I remember the paper I wrote it in. So I might be fairly decent at logic and philosophy, but I'll tell you what, boy, my memory is not the best. So, but thank God I remember what paper I wrote it in. So keep going. I'm gonna pull it up.
There's a paper. It's by Fernando Brancano Ferraro. I want to say I might have his name a little bit wrong.
Okay.
It's called A Robust Enough Virtue Epistemology, and that paper kind of lays out the type of view that Impulse and I prefer.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this paper. Let me pull it up.
Let me know if you found it. I might have had the name wrong.
I'm finding no, I see a paper by J. Adam Carter and a paper by Georgi.
If you search the name of the paper, A Robust Enough Virtue Epistemology, you should see it.
Got it. Let me.
In order to get it up. Let me just go to academia.edu and pull it up real quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm on too.
Academia.edu. What we're all on.
Did you find the paper? If not, I can link it to you in chat.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and link it.
Yeah. Got it.
There we go.
Ah, perfect.
Hey, you guys are great. Can I
Beat me
just
to
say,
it.
like, you're very respectful.
Yeah, this has been a great conversation. I appreciate both you guys coming on. Thank you.
You've got some great. You've obviously familiar with the literature. We really do appreciate this. You've got some great objections, and just thank you. I just appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having this open discussion.
Yeah, definitely appreciate it.
I'm still getting it. It says the XML file does not appear to have any style information associated with it. I can't pull up the link you guys shared.
Oh. Why did it do that?
Do you have an account to academia? Do you have an account in academia?
Me?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
You should be able to find it there pretty easily. Actually, if you just search the title, that's actually where we got it.
Okay. Oh, yep, found it. Fernando Brancano. Yep, found it. Okay, let me read this abstract. What is the nature of knowledge about?
Oh, it's Brentano.
No, I got Fernando Brancano barrel call.
Okay, never mind.
Is that the one you guys were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the abstract, just for people watching, so they're clued in while we're talking, it is, what is the nature of knowledge? A popular answer to the longstanding question comes from the robust virtue epistemology, whose key idea is that knowing is just a matter of succeeding cognitively, i.e. coming to believe a proposition truly, due to an exercise of cognitive ability. Versions of robust virtue epistemology, further developing and systematizing the idea, offer different accounts on the relation that must hold between an agent's cognitive success and the exercise of her cognitive abilities, as well as of the very nature of those abilities. This paper aims to give a new robust virtue epistemological account of knowledge based on a different understanding of the nature and structure of the kind of abilities that give rise to knowledge.
Okay, I found my argument.
Okay.
So this is after I provide a critique of internalism, which you guys will be fine with, I'm sure. It does relate somewhat to first and second order knowledge. So, Patrick, should we just explain briefly to our audience what? Because we're using all this technical jargon.
Yeah, I think
I'd like the audience to at least halfway follow along. Is that okay?
Yeah. Feel free. I think people are enjoying it, but I think the hearing the vernacular of philosophy, I think it's useful for people. No, it's good. This is how you get precise about ideas. But I think, unless you've dealt with this type of stuff, this is a foreign language to most people.
So, first order knowledge, what Tarski would call, I guess, object language. And so suppose this, let's just make it easy, because there's many different things you get both first and second order knowledge. Second order is like a meta language or meta knowledge. So there's real clear, there's a difference between S knows that P. And the statement S knows that P. Does everybody get that? And typically what we would do in philosophy is we put statements in brackets. Does everybody follow me on that? So there's the fact of the matter, the object. And that person S over there knows that P. Clearly there's got to be a distinction between that reality and my statement about S knowing P. So one could be the subject's knowing something is a first order knowledge. Second order knowledge would be knowledge about the statement. And as you guys had pointed out too, knowing that you know would be a second order. I mean, there's many things that could fall into the second order knowledge. KK thesis would be one of them. For my purpose, I just want to make the distinction that the person over there, S, knows that P is first order if they know it. A person S stating that they know, or the S knows, is a second order knowledge. Everybody, that's pretty clear, right? I don't think it needs to be.
If they indeed know that S knows.
If they, yeah, if and only if they know. That's correct. I'm going to agree with you guys and say that it's not necessary to have second order knowledge is not necessary to have first order knowledge. That was implicit in your statement. I picked up on it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. However, the question is not about particular propositions of knowledge. The focus of the concern here that I want to draw your attention to is about being able to justify the possibility of knowledge in general. So I think to go that route for the KK, the whole issue is a red herring, because what I really want to know is about knowledge in general. So in other words, whether it is the person knowing or another person making a claim about another person knowing, first things first, right? Somebody must be in a position to justify that knowledge in general exists and justify how knowledge is possible. If any individual, even S over here, is going to be said to have some particular knowledge. That's why I'm saying there's a more general issue just about knowledge before we even get
I guess I do want to get clear about what you mean, because it seems really weird to say that S justifying knowledge, that there is knowledge in general, is a precondition for knowledge. Because I think any epistemologist wants to say Bob at the grocery store has some knowledge, but Bob at the grocery store, I ask him justify how knowledge exists at all, he's gonna look at me like I'm a crazy person.
No, that's why I said in that statement, it was very clear, whether it's Bob or somebody needs to be able to justify it. Why? Because we're talking about it, right? So I'm actually admitting in the paper, of course, because I'm even sympathetic to some of the points that externalism makes, right? That you don't have to have this kind of first person immediate access to the justifications, i.e. Bob, we're talking about Bob now, that he knows. I'm like, sure, I can grant that if it's a justification, right? If it's a reliable way of acquiring, and there's good reasons for Bob to believe it, whether he has internal access or not, I could grant that. I'm cool with that. What I'm not cool with, though, is if nobody can provide an account whether knowledge is even possible or exists, I'm not going to be like, now let's just talk about knowledge existing and the possibilities of it. I'm like, that I won't do. That's all I'm saying. And I think everybody would.
So you take So you think that a precondition? Sorry, this is just a little bit weird for me. I want to get clear about it because this is specifically relating to like the atheism theism discussion, right? Because you want to say that if an atheist, if you talk to a whole bunch of atheists or all the atheists and none of them can justify to you how the metaphysics are such that they're knowledge conducive, then atheists don't have knowledge. Pardon,
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I just want to get clear about what it is that you are saying.
Because I actually believe that an atheist has knowledge and can have knowledge.
Okay.
What I don't think is they have justifications at the second order to talk about knowledge. That's why it's an important distinction between the first order and second order.
Okay.
I don't think that second order is necessary to have first order.
Right.
So, but what we're doing right now, we're talking about, we're at the second order.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm not going to allow is people to make second order claims without making second order claims. Do you see what I'm saying? So I can grant it's possible, and even we theists, I hate using that term.
Yeah.
We Orthodox.
There you go.
I don't want to be put in the same category as we Orthodox believe atheists know stuff.
Right.
Okay, and I can even lean towards more of an externalist and reliabilist view. And I kind of do. I just don't think that in of itself could provide a justification. But in the sense that it's like, yeah, of course, if they have a reliable mechanism, right, that of course they could. But what we're doing when we're talking about metaphysics and epistemology, we're at the second order. Okay. And so that's why I'm saying there is no atheistic account that can give a second order account to talk about the first order, because that's what second order is, talking about the first. Correct?
Well, yeah. So, well, a second order would be I know that I know P, or I know, yeah, that I know snow is white, something like that.
Or even making the statement at a meta language, as Tarski says, that S knows that P.
Now,
that actually is a second order.
There's, yes.
Now, whether that's actually knowledge or not is a second question, but it ends up in the meta language, right? Because it's not object language, it's meta language.
So just to be clear, you agree that on the conditional account, so where S knows that P, if and only if S has an apt true belief that P, for example, that if no atheist is able to justify the possibility of knowledge in the first place, they still have the first order knowledge. They're just aren't able to justify this like second order knowledge.
Yes, and then it has deeper consequences that we can go into later, but I can never get out of making meta language statements, right? So it ends up being a defeater for me even asserting first order.
Yeah.
So but that's a further argument down the line. But you're following so far.
Okay. So on this view, though, atheists can have knowledge. We're at least in agreement about that.
I'm going to start with that. I'm going to grant it, basically.
Okay. Then
you could have first order. The second order is not a necessary condition for second order at this point.
Then it sounds like the question is just. It sounds like the question.
I specifically wanted to bring this up. I'm just setting up the stage so I can get to your hypothetical, because I actually create an argument to deal with the hypothetical.
And
by hypothetical, we mean the if then.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, I just meant to qualify for our audience. Hypothetical, we don't mean like a hypothetical thought experiment, but the conditional statement if then.
The one thing I want to flag, because you do keep talking about justifying that knowledge exists in the first place, or that knowledge is possible in the first place, is on our view, we would be able to know the second order knowledge statements. Justification wouldn't be a component for that, right? We're going to know those second order or nth order we're gonna have nth order knowledge if and only if we have apt true belief of the nth order proposition or sentence. So we can talk about
to have justification for that.
Justification is not a component of knowledge on our view. We divorce the idea of justification from knowledge.
All right, well then I'll roll it back to a third order and be like, why should I think that that's a reason that I should accept, right? So, and look,
I don't think we said that you should.
Quine does the same thing, right? Where he thinks in his naturalized epistemology that he can get out of the question of justification, right? But the thing is, that just moves it back to a further order in which you're going to require justification. So you never actually, by doing what you're doing, you don't get out of that problem.
Wait, I don't remember saying that you should you should accept what we're saying. I don't think we said that. Like maybe you shouldn't.
The thing is that like the problem here is that like we would like maybe we would hold judgment, or actually maybe even reject that justification is a necessary component for knowledge, so that when you say something like you must justify knowledge, that's just not going to be something we're going to accept.
Well, then you forfeited the argument. Like you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
you're not going to have any force of argument or justification of why I should accept that.
Wait, that doesn't follow.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, it doesn't follow from the fact that justification is not a necessary condition for knowledge, that therefore we don't have justification for a particular belief. It could be the case, on our view, we have knowledge and we don't have justification, or that we have justification, we don't have knowledge, or that we have justification and knowledge of a particular belief.
But you're now back into a meta statement about the statement, in which case you're going to have justification need to be a necessary condition for even the possibility of what you're actually stating. So I've seen this. You're not going to be able to get out of this, right? Because of the very fact of these kind of meta statements doesn't get out of the possibility that you're going to actually have to be in the issue of providing a justification about whatever you're saying is required or not required.
The point is that if you say it's necessary to have justification in order for us to know that P, whether P is first order knowledge, second order knowledge, or nth order knowledge, is just going to be to beg the question against our epistemic view. It's not to engage with the epistemic view.
Well, suppose I grant that, but then there is no position argued for. There's no position against the theistic, the orthodox, excuse me. I'm going to correct myself on that, right? You're at the level of somebody basically, and I'm not literally saying you guys are at the level because you're actually very intelligent, but you've seen this where
the best atheist that have ever come on. So I appreciate that.
You guys are great.
You guys are great.
But you have seen people that give this story, right? About, well, here, actually, this is what I believe. And I guess we could say, in the sense, that's a possibility, but ultimately reduces to all you're telling me is a psychological report about I've constructed a story.
Right.
And I feel like that's what's going on here. You've constructed a story. What do I do with that beyond simply just analyzing it as a psychological self-report? If you deny that I don't need to provide a justification for my justification criteria.
Well, the claim specifically was that we don't need justification to know that P, on our view, not that you can't ask us to justify something and we might be able to justify it, we might not be able to. The only thing I said is that we don't need to be justified to know that P on our view.
Yeah, and to add to that, more specifically about any order of knowledge that you want to add to the stack of knowledge, whether it's K of K, K of K, right? Doesn't matter, right? For any order of knowledge, if you're going to add the justification condition, we're just gonna no, we don't need that. We're just gonna add our view, epistemic view, and that's just gonna be doing the explaining for every order of knowledge that you stack on.
Just to add, it seems like your question is, how do we motivate this view, or what can we offer that might? No, that's not what you're asking. It sounded like that was what you were asking.
No, so suppose you're making an assertion. I don't need a justification criteria or principle for the first order. Now, first of all, that's just bizarre as an externalist. I've never heard an externalist say that, because externalism is the justification, or reliabilism, right, is the justification. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I haven't read all the literature on, but you're saying no, that
not on
the
this
reliable mechanism, causal mechanism, whether it's the virtue or the
true believing manifesting an agent's competencies.
What's that?
True believing being a manifestation of an agent's competencies.
What does competencies mean?
You're asking, like, what are competencies? They're going to be dispositions to form true beliefs in certain conditions.
And you're telling me that doesn't go into the category of justification?
You can call it justification usually, or I don't want to say usually, but a lot of times when philosophers are talking about justification, they're talking about something like reasons for a belief, right?
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, you don't need to couch it in terms, because that almost leads you into an internalist or something like that. I don't think we need to say that. We could just flat out deny, okay, the reasons, because when I hear that, then it's like you might think that I have to have access to those reasons or something like that. And then I'm led into internalism. But the fact of the matter is, it still seems I could deny that. You're still providing me metaphysics of what dispositions and competencies would lead to X versus Y. And this is what we would call X would be knowledge and Y wouldn't be. Then that's a reason, even when I'm denying internalism.
Okay, so sorry, can you just repeat that last bit of what you take what you were taking to be a reason there? Just that last sentence.
Reason would be that is a positive sense of, how should I put this? What if I rolled it back for the audience? I'm not saying I accept it, but most people would. A principle of sufficient reason, like a Leibnizian or something like that. Things happen, right?
I think the principle of sufficient reason, the word reason used there
you're too much trying to get away from that. Yeah.
That's very different than the notion of reason used in epistemology. Because
okay, let me put it this way: a normative mechanism, right?
Yeah. So
would you accept that?
Yeah, I agree. That's how I'm understanding reasons, and I don't think that the way that we're laying out knowledge, we're including that sort of reason in the equation.
You're definitely including the normative mechanism.
The normative mechanism is not in some idea of justification. It's in the idea that knowledge is a success. That's where the normativity plays a role in the account of knowledge.
Or credit. Or credit. Yeah.
You're saying it's a success.
Yeah, true. Yeah, gaining knowledge is a cognitive success. That's where the normativity plays into this.
But the problem is, again, it does get us, and I'm not understanding why I can't see this. I'm not trying to be rude. That you're in an epistemic privileged position to decide what's actually success. So what I feel like is
we can talk about that.
And swindles where you're trying to switch around, but you're ultimately avoiding the issue that every single philosopher is trying to get around this, but they never get out of you have no justification, or you can't, let's put this, you can't give a coherent account of how you would actually determine success from not success without vicious circularity.
So, okay, the claim here is I can't give an account of how I determine a success of true believing from a instance of false believing. That you're saying that I can't in principle give a way to distinguish between the two
without vicious circularity. In other words, well, if my position's true that I'm telling you at this order, then the rest of the stuff that I'm saying about it works is true. But wait a minute. So we're back to this dialectical tension. One is true if two is true. Two is true if one is true.
The problem here is that we stop the regress at a point. We say, no, it's not one is true. If two is true, we axe it off. And we say, doesn't matter whether two or one or anything is true. None of that's needed for one. We don't need to ask any further question or go back further. That's what the externalist is doing. And
well, I know what they're doing, but the problem is you can do whatever you want. That doesn't mean that you ought to do it or that it's legitimate. So all you're telling me is that, well, I just cut off and ignore any objections and say, again, this is why I brought this up, that all the philosophical systems, particularly after modernity, are system building in which they build the operating system such that questions can't be asked, right? And so that's why I brought up earlier to Patrick that Hegel says the truth is the system, the fact that I built it. And if the facts contradict it, the facts be damned, right? I just ignore the facts. And that seems to be what you're doing. Well, we just deny that because that would refute our position. I'm like, I know that you're doing that.
It's really weird. This objection is really weird to me because it almost, I don't think you're doing this intentionally. It almost seems like a straw man because Ferdy and I aren't saying that we can't give reasons or justifications, even in the normative sense, to hold our view, or that we can't give motivations or arguments or anything like that. All we're saying is that we don't take those to be necessary components of knowledge. And it seems like that's not what you're attacking. You're just saying that you're construing the view as if we don't have any of these reasons or justifications at all.
So which leads me to, again, the thing that then you need to be able to provide a criteria for your justification criteria. Well, and it can't be, if that's a number two and number two says to go see number one and it's only true for number one, it seems to me you're caught in a dialectical tension in which you never can resolve that. Why? Because it's what you set up.
I mean, or now, you can.
I hope I'm not straw manning or something like that. Like, and I'm giving you the opportunity to explain, but I'm thoroughly confused, and I think our audience is, of why like anybody would want to ever accept your story and picture of reality.
There's two questions there. There's one which is the problem of the criterion question, which I've already given the answer to. I don't see why it's unproblematic to just stop the regress and say you have a conditional account of knowledge. If these conditions obtain, then you know whether you know the conditions obtain or not. And I think you could do the same thing with justification. You could have an externalist account of justification or a reductionist account of justification. You're justified if and only if there's an argument, or you're justified if and only if S serves as a justifier for P, if and only if S raises the probability that P, something like that, some reductive account of justification. Now, the question of can we give any reasons or motivations in the normative sense for our view is a separate question. And I think the answer is that we can. And we can do that through conceptual analysis. We can give cases where people are going to have the dispositions to call those cases knowledge or not knowledge. And we can analyze those cases and see if the sufficient conditions for knowledge we laid out are true. And that's going to serve to motivate the view. We can give things like Gettier cases, for example.
But I don't think people are concerned about motivation. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
Again, it isn't an issue. I mean, I guess you could go an infinite regress, but my argument wasn't about an infinite regress. It was about a vicious circularity, and with the two categories of dialectical tension are involved, can't do the work that they want it to do. That was my argument, and I reduced your system to ultimately it reduces to that. So I'm not going to infinite regress. I mean, I know that people could go that way, and that's why I don't want you to think about. I mean, we could go that way because you're making statements about statements or something like that. And by reasons, you're just saying giving motivations. But again, that doesn't get me to a veridical world. And it certainly doesn't get me to the normative world. And I know this because my PhD advisor, who's an atheist, is a Salesian externalist. Like, I've worked through all these arguments. And his book, if I could pull it out, Naturalism with a Normative Turn. So I know all these kind of arguments, and it's what led me to actually create these arguments. I'm like, it doesn't work. It doesn't get out of the problem.
I mean, you can say it doesn't work. Saying it doesn't work isn't really giving an objection. The point I was giving about the two things and the two things that you're referring to at your intention, those are the two questions, the two problem with the criterion questions, right? Those are the two things that you're referring to there. Am I correct?
I'm not reducing it to, I mean, I guess it's something similar to the criterion problem. What I'm saying is there's an epistemological, however you want to cash that out, and there's a metaphysical description, right? So whether it's about motivations, competencies, et cetera, et cetera.
Let me try to recreate the problem, and you tell me if I'm understanding it correctly. Okay. So you're saying is you have one question. The question is, are the metaphysical laws and state of affairs that we're in conducive to knowledge? Or the metaphysical state of affairs that follow from your view, or those conducive to knowledge? That might be a more accurate way to put it. And then the other is, do you have the beliefs that count as knowledge that those, that those metaphysical laws and states of affairs are knowledge conducive? Are those the two questions, or is one of those questions different from the questions that you're asking?
I think that's right. If I heard you, so there's one about what does the world look like, right?
Yeah.
What do you look like? What does your mechanisms and faculties and competencies look like? And then there's a question of and how do I know? Correct?
Yeah.
So I got two categories. I think we're fair on that.
Yeah, those two categories. Yeah.
Now, I know one determines the other.
Because
if there wasn't a world, if there wasn't an ontology, there would be no knowers. So I'm just trying to make it as simple as possible. But I got different metaphysical stories that I'm hearing from everybody. So suppose I wasn't an Orthodox Christian. Suppose I'm a student in philosophy class. I'd be curious, well, which one's right?
Yeah, so what Ferdy and I are saying is that the answer to question 2, what is knowledge, how do you know, is metaphysic agnostic, not in the case that the metaphysics don't determine whether there are any knowers, or that the metaphysics don't determine whether the conditions are knowledge conducive at all, but in the sense that it's conditional. It's if certain conditions obtain, then there's knowledge. It's a reductive account.
That's why I want to go to my next part that I wrote about that. and then let's just see what you have to say about that. Maybe
Just
it's not
if I could just finish that one sentence there. So that theory of knowledge isn't like unique to atheists either. Like a theist could hold it. It's just going to be, maybe you're a theist, you have God in your view, and from God you can derive all the metaphysical commitments such that the state of affairs is knowledge conducive. Well, then the antecedent obtains, you have knowledge. Maybe you have some crazy solipsist worldview and knowledge collapses. Or maybe solipsism is true and the possibility of knowledge collapses, or the state of affairs is such that there's no agents, the antecedent doesn't obtain, there's no knowledge. In both those cases, the metaphysics are completely different, but the answer to the second question remains the same. Still that conditional.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna disagree with that. So, and the reason why is because you're making, so there's in one sense, I can say it's possible that the first order S knows that P. And like you said, and I'm agnostic, I don't know how, but I don't have to know how for it to be possible. Did I get that correctly?
No, sorry. What I meant when I said that the conditional account of knowledge was metaphysic agnostic, what I'm saying is that it works under any view of metaphysics, that it's compatible with any view of metaphysics. That's what that meant in that context.
Well, I'd like to see that. Like, that's a pretty amazing claim. But let's move to see if this answers the questions. Because I thought about the exact same way, because what you want to do as a philosopher is you want to be able to entertain the opposite position without necessarily accepting it. And so I'm trying to think through these issues with you and be like, this is what I would say. If I was an externalist and I was an atheist, this is what I would do. Okay, so I actually addressed this in the paper, that the focus of our concern is about being able to justify the possibility of knowledge in general, which is a second order claim, whether it is a person knowing or another person making the claim, because this is what we're doing. I'm fine with saying, in some sense, Bob could actually know, regardless of when everybody can get an account. But the problem is I can never get out of the second order. We're all talking about it. So it will affect the first order. I can't, why? Because I'm always in the second order. I'm always making a claim about the first order. Okay, so one possible way, I thought, if I were you, to solve this is frame it into a conditional, right? Which is what you do. That I'm just thinking like what I would do if I were you.
Yeah, like the reductive account, S knows that P, if and only if.
If it turns out, let's say this. If it turns out knowledge is possible, then my true belief under certain specified conditions, which you gave, right? Mm-hmm. And fill in whatever specified conditions you want, would amount to knowledge. So does everybody understand me what the conditional is? Yeah. If knowledge turns out to be possible, because this is really what it's,
I don't know if you need to have the if knowledge turns out to be possible part. It's probably covered under the other conditions, right? If knowledge isn't possible, I don't think the other conditions are true anyways.
Yes. So I'm a first year philosophy student. I want to be like, well, I just want to know if knowledge is possible. Okay. So you're like, well, let's frame it in a conditional. If knowledge turns out to be possible, in other words, Bob, it's possible for Bob to know, then my true belief under whatever specified certain conditions that I wanted to put in there would amount to knowledge, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I thought, well, what would a critique of that be? Well, then that just seems to reduce to tautology. Knowledge exists if knowledge exists. Or we could have knowledge before having a criteria or justification for correct or reliable methodology for. So again, I'm always at the second order knowledge, right? So we can talk about and try to turn the conversation to first order knowledge and talk about, well, it's possible. Either that will reduce to a tautology, or I'm simply always stuck at the second order, right? Knowledge claim talking about. Now, if it's not possible, then second order knowledge claims are meaningless, right? About that it is possible because that's a knowledge claim. That's what my argument is.
Maybe
And
not
so,
meaningless, but false. Yeah. Or you're not going to have knowledge. If knowledge isn't possible, you're not going to have knowledge.
yeah. And then what I'm saying is there's no account that can be given of knowledge, either because it's viciously circular, either goes into an infinite regress, right? The provided criteria for your criteria for your criteria, or it ends up that again, if I just simply, I want to know if it's possible, that's a second order. I'm in the second order. It's only possible if the first, so here's the dialectical tension. So, but I can't talk about the first or give any reasons or criteria for that without actually assuming what I want to prove.
Yeah, so I want to say one thing about, well, there's a third one there that you highlighted, which is that it's a tautology. And I want to address that one. So it seems to me like tautology for people in the audience is just going to be something that's true by definition. So
or just repeat it, like A is A pen is a pen.
If and only if P, if and only if P. Now, when we're giving necessary and sufficient conditions for something, that's like the necessary and sufficient conditions for the thing. I think that they're each distinct from the thing. So yeah, knowledge is going to be equivalent to the conjunction of all these necessary and sufficient things. And it might be a tautology in that sense, but it's not meaningless. It's not meaningless if I say water is H2O. So in any possible state of affairs where we end up with hydrogen, we end up with oxygen, and we have the chemistry in such a way that they're able to interact and form H2O. In those possible worlds, we're going to have water. It's true, but it's true in all that statement. If you have H2O, then you have water is true in all possible worlds, but it's not like meaningless or uninformative, right?
It doesn't do any work for what we wanted to do. That's why I said it's a problematic tautology within the scope of what we're defining. I know that tautology is necessary to actually establish meaning. That's one of the first kind of rules.
It seems to me clear what epistemologists are doing when they account for knowledge is laying out the necessary and sufficient conditions. Do you disagree with that?
Sorry, say that again?
It seems clear to me that what epistemologists are doing when they are investigating what knowledge is they're trying to identify the necessary and sufficient conditions for knowledge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's a second order state, that's a second order
and
statement about knowledge.
By the idea, by the type of tautology concern that you're highlighting, that's going to apply to any account of knowledge where you lay out the necessary and sufficient conditions for knowledge, correct?
Well, I'm not concerned about definitions. Again, I'm concerned about or whether we'll ever appeal to tautologies. I'm saying it reduce if the way out, the only way out of this problem is to make a conditional, right? The conditional, what that says is a tautology. Knowledge exists if knowledge exists. And what I'm saying is that tautology might be fine for certain things, but it ain't doing the work here. Because saying knowledge exists if knowledge exists is not actually going to give me an account for why is your account correct? And how is that even going to do the work? That's why I was put in the sense of like, is my statement going to do the work that I want it to do? How is saying that knowledge exists if knowledge exists is going to answer the question about whether knowledge is possible?
So,
I don't have a problem with tautologies. I just, it's like, what are you doing with them is my issue.
yeah, it's not super clear to me. It's not super clear to me that it is a tautology, at least only in the sense that the necessary and sufficient conditions do entail the concept. So if A and B and C and D imply Q, A, B, C, D, E, therefore Q, where Q is knowledge. I don't even know if that is a tautology, but
that's why I couched it in terms of, I want to know, suppose I'm a first year philosophy student, I want to know if knowledge is even possible. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the way out of that issue, and to answer that is, if knowledge is possible, then knowledge is possible, is not going to be satisfying. That's what I'm saying. And ultimately,
that's not what we're saying exactly. We're saying if condition one obtains, condition 2 obtains, condition 3 obtains, then S knows that P. And whether knowledge is possible is another topic. We can talk about whether or not knowledge is possible. But to me, that's just a question of we can reduce that down to a question of, are there beliefs that are true, and are there competencies that are manifested in true believing? If we can answer yes to all three of those questions, then knowledge is not only possible, but is the case in some situations.
All right,
and we can treat each of those as separate questions. So
I think you're missing the argument. Everything that you've been saying are at second order. Okay. And what I'm saying is second order is talking about first order. And if second order is talking about the possibility of Bob knowing, second order needs to establish that that's even a possibility.
Right.
And because you're always at the second order, you can never get to the first order, which is where you want to actually go.
Yeah,
the things that I outlined. And I don't think you're seeing that argument.
No, so I'm making some modal argument. I can give it to you like semi-formally. It's going to be P and Q and R imply S, possibly P and Q and R, possibly S. So the conclusion is possibly knowledge. Now, does that argument strike you as valid? That the form, just strictly talking about the form here.
Yeah, I mean, if I was teaching a logic class, which I do, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, you got the true, it's correct, it's valid. I mean,
so then we can analyze the premises there, which are going to be possibly P, possibly Q, and possibly R, which is why I said previous to your last statement, the conversation is going to be about is belief possible, is truth possible, and is absence possible. I would assume that we would all agree on those three premises, but maybe we need to explore them further.
Well, in regards to exploring them further, we'll have to save that for a later date. Well, we've been streaming for 4 hours at this point, and I think this is a good point. I think we've come down to the crux of your externalism and how that is going to differentiate in regards to the justification of knowledge itself, and where you guys Impulse and Amdir for coming on and sharing your guys' perspective. You guys have been incredibly respectful, and this has been a very highfalutin conversation. I think many people in the live chat have appreciated just to hear the vernacular and the going back and forth between these ideas. I want to give Impulse and Amdir any opportunity, anything you guys want to say before we kind of close down shop, and I'm going to wrap up some of these super chats. Feel free.
Yeah, thanks for having us on. It was good discussion. I'd love to follow it up sometime and see if we can get a little bit deeper into where exactly the disagreement is.
Yeah, we could do that again. We could try to set up a part 2. How did you guys find the stream? I'm just curious on how to contact you guys, or if we did a part 2.
Oh, this Zen Shapiro guy sent it to me. I don't know if you know him.
Oh yeah, we know Zen.
No, I've never heard of him in my life.
Okay, so all right, well then Zen knows how to get a hold of you guys. So if we want to set up a part 2, he can reach out to you guys.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Impulse, anything you wanted to say before hopping off, brother?
Now, this was fun. I mean, I didn't contribute much, but I hold the same views because I'm outside, family sleeping. But yeah.
Well, same. That's why I let FDA. This is sort of his wheelhouse. So I let him kind of steer the conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe next time if we plan it out, I'll get a bit.
Yeah,
of
I'm sorry.
where I'm sitting down.
No, this is great. Yeah, totally agree there.
For sure. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Definitely
gentlemen. Well, even though you don't believe, God bless you both. We wish you guys both nothing but the best, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Wish you the best as well.
Yep. All right, FDA, that was awesome, man. I think people really appreciated hearing you go back and forth. Huh? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Father Deacon. Yeah, we're still live.
Am I here?
Yeah. You kind of froze for a second.
Yeah.
But that was really good stuff. Go ahead.
It was awesome, man. I'm really impressed with them.
Yeah, I was too.
Are we still live or just
that was some of the most well-read atheists I've heard, at least come on.
Yeah, very good.
Usually it's sort of low tier ideas. You're kind of, pardon my French, but sort of basic bitch arguments for atheism. But they certainly are familiar with the literature and have read their homework for sure. But if you want to just
makes it enjoyable.
It is. Well, as academics, you don't get to sort of engage in those conversations as often because it requires so much time and familiarization with the literature, the vernacular, how to formulate arguments. So that was great.
And it'll help me too, because look, it's not just about what the argument is, but in terms of rhetoric. So what'll be nice about this, I'm gonna have to go back and be like, what was it they were missing about what they're saying? Because obviously all the arguments that I give are always right. And so
yeah, I think
there's always a sense of like, how do I better present this? What's the hangups and stuff like that? And you don't get that unless you gotta get the pushback. And I'm like, all right, I've got to go back and figure out like, what are they missing about my argument? And then I can polish the words up and the rhetoric to present it so they could see it.
Right. Well, that's where I was mishearing Amdir, but it sounded like, it all comes down to justification at the second level, and their belief that they don't have to do that seems to be sort of the crux of the situation there.
Yeah, well, I just feel that this is often like a common tactic, is that, again, especially with really smart people and smart philosophers, is that they're going to try to justify why they don't need a justification at this level of, and again, as apologists, as philosophers, it's a cut through that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to straw man them at all, but it's like, ultimately, I think they're going to disagree with this, but I think their position reduces to exactly what I'm saying. Like, you don't get out of the problem. Quine doesn't get out of the problem with naturalized epistemology. Whatever variation of externalism that you want to give doesn't get it. Oh, I'm going to turn to being an internalist now and come up. Do you see what we're doing? Yeah. Is we're system building, but what the exact problem that I'm trying to reduce it to, the problem is man.
Right.
The man's the starting point, which is what our friend sunomosiologist was pointing out, is like, it's it. Like, you can't ever like actually do it. And it seems like I started to realize this through the history of philosophy. What has the history of philosophy taught you? One guy's like, oh, I finally got it.
Yeah.
And then the next guy's like, no, that doesn't work, right?
No, they
The whole,
create these
in
new
one
systems.
sense, the whole history of philosophy has been an ultimate failure.
Yes.
And either the philosophers are just like, we're just going to ignore that those previous guys brought up some severe objections, like Hume and stuff like that. Or what if I just tinker and add one more thing, and then I'll add this condition here, and there's a sort of kind of ad hocness to the philosophical project, but all of it's kind of a red herring. It's like, you don't understand, you're being distracted from what the real issue is. It never works. Doesn't matter how many tinkerings and system buildings, it's either a theonomous or an autonomous position, and that's why it doesn't. So I'm trying to present that in the clearest way possible. But the problem is we're so caught up and invested in our systems and projects. I really believe my project's going to work, that it makes it really difficult to see the kind of underlying problem. I think it's speaking psychologically. I'm not even speaking like philosophically, but just psychologically.
Right. Well, and I think that's hard for all of us, and highlighting that it is a worldview and that you're coming with a package of presuppositions. I think this was useful for everybody. But yeah, you killed it, man. That was great. That was great.
Thank you. God bless you.
So we had a super chat. $1 came in from Solomon and says, adopting atheism is the epitome of naivete. How in the world can you act as if you're the first one to have a philosophy question? The history of thought exists, and tag is the finish line. And then we had a couple other super chats come in by Anonymous, sent in $5 and said, great panel. Laeth sent in $4 and said, atheists have no foundation for relying on an ethical/moral backbone without attributing it to an underlying Christian ethic, and have no grounds on considering something as a universal evil. Yes, we would agree with that. And then Well Emmanuel threw in $5 and said, thanks. Well, thank you, Well Emmanuel. God bless you, man. And then we had, while you were going, Foregone sent in $2 and said, would enjoy seeing a part 2 with these guys. I think that's a good thing to do. That was a really good conversation. And Dean Lim 2 threw in $10 and says, I believe the atheist line of thinking is incoherent, but do you have a good, quick refutation for the argument atheism is a belief system, like not collecting stamps is a hobby? A refutation for their argument, atheism is a belief system, not like
is not, I think.
Oh yeah, is not a belief system, like not collecting stamps is a hobby. Well, I mean, you feel free you can take that, but atheism is built with a bunch of presuppositional beliefs about, how non-physical philosophical transcendentals can even exist in a material physical universe that's constantly changing and evolving. And I think that whether they believe in ghosts or not, they're trying to argue that, well, atheism isn't a single worldview because there's what they call it, supernatural atheist or something like that. It's begging the question.
Platonic atheists.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Not the very first class I ever took at junior college. Like I was just right out of high school. The philosophy professor said they were a Platonic atheist. I was like, I didn't know like what I heard, but I was like, so they believe in, Bertrand Russell.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
Bertrand Russell is a Platonist who's an atheist. So I'm just thinking that's probably.
That's true.
They're out there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what would you say against them saying that the atheism is not a belief system or a worldview?
Well, that's why. Did you notice? I can do worldviews, and typically, we can categorize different people. Are there going to always be outliers? Sure, but none of my arguments depended on that, right? That's why I reduced it to the argument. There's nobody who's presuppositional lists, belief lists, and ultimately, I can dial that back to a dialectic. Suppose I even grant our friends the argument. Suppose it's not a dialectic between two, but there's three options. the fact of the matter is there's a limited amount of options, and ultimately multiplicity reduces back to those two. It's going to be an either or, right? Because otherwise we're just in an infinite regress, or I mean, it's just nonsensical. So ultimately, I can find what your position is, because there's nobody that's positionless to make even a statement that they're agnostic, right? Or I don't have to say that. That's why I went into the second order claims.
Right.
All right. I'm looking at your second order meta claims about and there's where I'll go. So they don't get out of the problem, and I can refute and defeat atheism on that.
Right. No, I thought that was.
I grant it. You're not a belief system or a worldview. You have a belief. Now let me show you how it's a defeater for the possibility of knowledge.
Right. No, that was a great move. And then Willie Jenkins he said gaytheism, renewing his membership. Thank you so much, Willie Jenkins. And we had a couple from Tag Hua. Throws in $10 and says, claiming you don't need to justify the possibility of knowledge is absurd, because every ontology will either destroy that possibility or not. No worldview is ontologically vacant. Totally agree.
That's my argument in my paper.
Yeah, totally agree. You nailed it, Tag Hua. And Tag Hua throws in another $5 and says, the problem is that hyper-specialization in academia makes them think that they can really have some a la carte worldview without considering entailments. Yeah, that's true too. And that's really the one of the big problems with academia now is the specialization has created such a chaos in regards to just general understandings of knowledge claims, justification, metaphysics. I mean, the postmodern turn has been, pretty detrimental to philosophy, generally speaking, at least the way it's practiced in most universities. But that was great, man. Anything you want to say before hopping off? And I really appreciate you staying for such a long time and rebutting a lot of those claims. That was fantastic.
Well, it was enjoyable and it was fun.
Yeah, and again, we want to give a special hand to Impulse and Abdir. They were great conversation partners.
Exactly, and
so no disrespect to them at all. I have more respect for them coming on and sharing their ideas.
I'll share if.
Yeah, you got anything to share?
Anybody's interested. I'll put this in the chat. This is referencing the paper that I was talking about. Now, I put that in the chat. I just linked you guys to the academia.edu of the article. Concerning this conversation, it's the first part of that article that's relevant. It's concerning the epistemology. You guys feel free to read the latter part, which is kind of more of a critique of natural theology itself. Where I provide arguments that obviously the monotheistic religions don't worship the same God, kind of a logical analysis critique of that. But yeah, that's it. That's the article as far as the relevancy to our conversation here, the first part of that article. And hopefully it's the not too technical of jargon, and that I appreciate that you give me the time to be able to explain kind of.
No, this is great. I may clip out that whole conversation because it was really useful. And the last super chat just came in, $10 from Prestige Worldwide. Do you think it's more fruitful to question their account of logic and truth with regards to the logic nerd atheist? It seemed to be doing most of their philosophical work, at least according to them anyway. So the question is, do you think it's more fruitful to question their account of logic and truth with regards to the logic nerd atheist? I think that they're asking, just to begin with, sort of, well, how can you even account for, or ask them, is logic unchanging? Are the laws of mathematics unchanging? And how can that be? What would they say?
I mean, we just get in this. Like, so no, it's not any more fruitful than the way that we went. They'd give a similar they give a similar account, right? And ultimately it reduced to, in other words, I know that all of that sounded like really complicated and stuff like that, but I truly believe that ultimately people are just giving stories. There's no reason to believe any one story over another. And so they would have gave a story. But what our question is that, but I want to know which is the true story.
Right.
I want to know if knowledge is even possible. Can your story give that to me? And what do you find? Either you find a bunch of distractions by technical academic jargon and stuff like that. So it really is kind of a game, like in the debate. You got to nail it down, but like, stop. There's something really more fundamental kind of going on here.
Yeah.
And this is distracting from the issue. And the argument I'm trying to bring back to is ultimately reduce back to that dialectical tension between the story and how I know that the story. Well, how you know is if you go, if my metaphysical story is actually true and how I explain it and how I don't need this, and that's what justifies this, right? Do you see you're stuck in a circle?
Yep.
So whether it's fruitful or not, it ultimately reduces back to that. They will always go the same direction. So
Right.
I don't know, like, because of what people are committed to in terms of the will, I mean, there isn't anything that just like wakes somebody up, right? When you give it to them in that sense of fruitful, it's like, oh, dang, right? Because ultimately is Orthodox Christians, we'd say, the problem isn't arguments. We all know this, right? The problem isn't like, well, I just believe in Orthodoxy if I just saw a good argument for it. The problem is, what does Scripture say? We suppress the knowledge of God.